Troubling times indeed. An awful business. Gods. Luckily, I have such talented young minds to share in my designs. But alas, it'll all be for nothing. Should we not secure fresh crystals? An unusual morn indeed, to see Val not tinkering away at his latest project. Brought on by a drought of those. Minerals. I still remember the debates. The discussions endlessly and ongoing. Old wizened men, lamenting that their secrets are being wrought bare by nothing more than man-activated rock. Fools, every one. It seems that none are eager to come to their breakfast this morning. Hungover, no doubt, from a night of much merrymaking. Will I ever stand before soldiers on this stage? Impossible to know. What news from afar? Egg on a spoon, right? Ah. More unsurprising news from home? And more of them. How'd a military group? I wonder if they had anything to do with that fellow who visited us not too long ago. Island school south of Flint's Kakarian plot. Bombadil. Where is he? Knock, knock. Professor? Must be a field. Kakarian plot indeed. Mired in the old ways. They'd never think of trying something like this. What on earth? Good morning, Yellab. I noticed there are very few people about the castle this morning. I take it you're not all too hungover from a night of merriment.
Oh, no, I don't think I am. Everyone else should be getting here soon, I know. We all just woke up, and I was really hungry, so I ran ahead.
Very good. Glad to know that at least your hunger is prudent. Very good, then. Be about your business.
It will do.
Good morning, Avi.
Good morning, Nello.
Apologies I didn't make it to your fireside merriment. There was much I needed to do, and before long it was, well, far later than I expected. Are you signaling something?
No trouble. No. I was just waving a hand like as a no. It's really no biggie. I kind of had to clock in early as well.
I understand.
Too much.
Yes, well, too much and a lot of exercise. That'll do that to a man. Interesting business. I noticed that many of the students appear to be rather sluggish about the grounds today. Gerub and yourself were the first I've seen.
Funny, I was just about to go get Tara. Because, yeah, I didn't see them along the path either.
And how are things going with Terra? Not that you've been with them long.
I'm still trying to fit into I'm still trying to fit in with them and stuff. I just don't know how that's gonna go along.
Well, you've chosen a difficult path, Avi. All the best with it. I would say I'm not curious. Do you intend to become friends with them, or keep yourself distant? More of a functional team member than a friendly one.
It would be easy to work with friends, but I honestly think that should just be the bare minimum of what the bare maximum. With Aqua, you know, we were family, but with what happened, history could repeat itself, so maybe it'd just be best to just be allies, comrades, friends.
Yes. Yes. I understand you've started tuition proper. In regards to your, newfound abilities, eh?
Yeah. I've been meaning to ask him about that earlier, but one thing led to another, and I was only able to ask him about it a few days ago.
I understand. Just know that you're in a position where you're going to attract a lot of suspicion, and dallying on these things looks rather bad. It's a difficult thing you're doing, Avi. Make sure you remember why you did this.
Of course.
Very good, then. I won't keep you from your team any longer. Hopefully they're not too hungover. I understand that Jackson of yours has a rather large reputation for his drink.
Saw it firsthand myself.
Indeed. It seems to be something that the Viking males share on campus. I did suppose you've seen Bombadil about your travels. I wanted to talk to him about a particular poster that's shown itself on the notice board of recent.
No, but if I see him, I'll let him know that you're looking for him.
Very good, then. Very good. Be about your day. I'll have to check on the barrier, I believe. Ah, yes, it looks like we finally do have a way up here. About fucking time. We're going to have to concoct something more discreet. If our barrier's too obvious, we'll lend credence to those claims from Kakar. Still, soon I will be able to administer you with my own metal, if not flesh and blood. I do hope we find more tungsten within the mines. We have been running ever so perilously low. And how are things progressing upon the mainland? Oh, would you look at that? More's my fucking surprise. It appears that our great occultic caster and goddess, if she styles herself, has seen to restore full bounty to our trees. Just in time for autumn. How very quaint. I can barely see that anything even fucking happened. I didn't think powers like this existed. There must be something we're missing. Autumn colors are not a unwelcome addition, though. I dare say it looks almost fetching in the morning light. I do hope the students do me the service of seeing it again. Even our central tree has been restored. Gallop again in a mighty gathering. I do wonder what the commotion could be. Discussions before class or something else. Rome is flapping. This is quite the mighty procession. I dare say, has something happened, or are people just having cordial conversations before
Running.
the morning's activities?
Lots of
We went
running.
for a run together.
Audio.
Excellent. I'm glad to see that you're
Yes.
already prepared, Lefran. Marvelous indeed. And what of yourself? Philia, was it? Is that correct? Have you learned something you'll be able to protect yourself with?
I have the enchantment from a few days ago.
And how will you be using your enchantment? What weapons do you bring to bear?
I have a knife, sir, or if I can, one of the swords from the arena.
I understand, yes. I had a good friend who was born with a speech impediment. I understand that breathing exercises help.
Hi, Professor.
Good day. It seems that you're hungry, at least.
Yeah.
I'm sorry
okay?
to see that you weren't nominated for the trip down into the, well, the underground later on today.
That's okay. Yeah, I didn't know I was working. I just found out they were all leaving today. I was like, oh, okay. I was a little bit sad because my entire team is going, and Zuku's, I think, comatose right now in his bed.
I don't believe.
But
Oh, wow, it is only you being left out. Well, we'll have to find something
yeah,
to
it's
do.
okay.
I believe I've heard mutterings of
Yeah.
Bellicosa wishing to go on a hunt, and I understand you have quite the,
Ooh,
yes,
that'll be fun. Yeah.
quite the reputation
happens.
when it comes to rodeo and other such methods. A curious strategy, Matesh. Do not get hurt too easily.
I'm gonna tame a beast, Professor. I think comatose right now.
Yes. There's something about this direction that really doesn't sit well with me. Do you know what? I think I'll go the other way around. I was just here the other day when I nearly
Yeah, that's a
passed
good
out.
idea.
Do I fly? No. There's much need for mana this day. Perhaps I should attend the captain's meetings. Might not be a bad idea. I think it's the arena. I think there's a second arena over in that direction that doesn't like it. Hi, Caslin. How are you doing? You think it's the arena as well? Oh, you're hoping for the parade power. Yes, that's what you get for living in the sticks. Out in... where is it again? Canada? Something like that. Oh, thank you for following, H5000. I'll head to the school. Or will I? There must be something in this direction. What the fuck? Does seem to be reliably this way. We'll figure this map out yet. Huge leaps and bounds, but there's still a few hot spots of... bleh. You know, come to think of it, it might be a good idea to move spawn the other side of the island. Because usually when we're looking in this direction, it's, yeah, something to look at later.
Can I ask you something?
Were you calling to me?
Yeah. Do you think we're gonna need to use the blood rune thing we've been learning? Do you think it's a good idea to prepare that beforehand?
I think it's probably a good idea to, how shall we say, survey it first and then see what it is we're going to run into. We have to be careful. We don't know what's going to be down there in the power vacuum left by the rat men, but we will know there will be Aetherite, and, well, let's just say if one of us gets a little bit too keen with our spell casting around a deposit, then there's no telling how it'll react. So let's try and remain as mundane as possible until we know the nature of the threat. Will it take you long to prepare it? I have not needed to use such a spell in years.
I was thinking that we could just write out the sigil first, and then, if we need to activate it later.
I would consider having a conversation, perhaps, with, the good Marquis, if she's ever about. See if we can get the rune engraved on that sword of yours, perhaps, such that it's prepared to do so. I wouldn't want to trace it out in low light either. But I'm sure that there are others who would be more capable of coaching you on such a fact. Have you seen Acteris about at all? I wish to speak to him ahead of the, delve, so to speak.
I think I saw him outside of the Chancellor's office.
Very good. Well, I salute you, of course, for your desire to be prepared. However, given the nature of the, environs, we don't want to be using too much magic too early. Otherwise, we could bring the whole cavern in on our heads. Either way, we shall be amassing later on today. I believe the captain's meetings, there's going to be a set of instructions or some sort. I don't know. Have a pleasant morning, all.
Thank you, Professor.
And yeah, absolutely. Why the fuck would Nella need to use something like that? He doesn't have a clue about that sort of basic shit.
Here, Navi told him that we taunted the occult, and is still willing to give a second chance.
Not as far as I could throw him. That's for sure.
There you are.
Yes, am I being sought after?
Actually, let me take that. Yes.
And what have we here?
Everyone should read this.
I don't suppose it has anything to do with those rather suspicious postings on the board. I've been rather hoping to talk to Professor Bombadil about a certain rumor going around Essex about a Kakari scheme in the Southern Oceans at an island school. You can read it on the board yourself if it takes your fancy. Chancellor Malik, it is with great apprehension that I find myself reaching out to you after our previous engagements. However, I am nothing if not a man who values second chances. So despite these hesitations, I invite you and your school to Kenvale. Southern... Yes, Southern Essex. We ask for nothing more than a simple expedition around the southern coast to help rid the area of some troublesome owlbears, indeed.
Luther. Manners,
yes, ma'am.
it's rude to read over someone's shoulder.
You said
Apologies,
everyone
ma'am.
should read it, did you not?
I mean, you're offering.
Perhaps in the captain's meeting.
Very good, then. In that case, I shall leave the surprise to the proper chain of command. I think I'll head into the, quarters myself.
The instructions and highlights of the day.
While some in the council have expressed their doubts as to the validity of your school and its goals, the recent news of your expelling beastmen plaguing nearby ship travel has been enough to sway, to offer this simple job to show the skills of your student body. We hope that your acceptance of this mission will allow us to continue without investment into your school. Yours truly, Advisor Jensen. Seems like a suitably reasonable request. I don't know why she was being so cagey about the whole matter. But what are we telling the students today? All members of the Aetherite Division, Solus, Taulani, Angiel, the Fron, Gelab, and Ariana, it's not quite how you spell her name, I'd report to Mr. Neller at the sounding of the first bell to scout the underground cavern system beneath the castle. The balls have been spotted near the castle grounds. Miss Bellicosa will be hosting a hunting expedition at the first bell. Then in 4 days we'll be holding a festival/feast for the fall equinox. I see. Well, I didn't know why people were being so secretive about this.
Secretive?
Well, I don't know. It was in relation to the letter, but yes.
Thank you.
I might as well start giving these first. Here you go. And one more.
Professor Bombadil, before we get started, I happened to notice a certain writing upon the board which mentioned something along the effects of some sort of Hikari plot in a school in the South Seas.
Jackson?
I don't suppose that has anything to do with you, does it?
You weren't given
Thank
one.
you. Yes.
It's the first time I'm hearing about it. Can we talk about this later? Because I think this is going to be very important.
I feel so as well.
All right, then.
Yeah.
Well, then let's begin the captain's briefing for now.
Impressive
Professor Takuya,
calisthenics.
if you may.
Right. Hello, everyone. This is our usual meeting, as per our captains and lieutenants. Today we come with a bit of important news. As many of you have been given the letter from Kenvale, it appears that Advisor Jensen is looking to give us a mission and another chance. Now, in comparison to the last venture that he had here, where there were a lot of concerns that were happening with the school, we'll have to keep in mind to be on our best behaviors and delegate with the upcoming task in the future with a little bit more caution, per se. Let's be careful about what we're spreading, what information's getting out there, and be focused on the task at hand. Right. So, as we've been addressed, there will be 2 very sizable events going on today. With Nella, who will be taking a team to the main gate to deal with the cavern system below. And there has been a spot of boars today. Good sizable hunt, which Bellicosa will be leading in the main hall. So just to reference, again, Nella will be at the gate, and Bellicosa will be at the main hall.
At the sounding of the bell.
Right. Thank you, Nella. At the sounding of the bell. As we see on our orders, in 4 or 5 days we will be holding the festival and feast for the fall equinox. And
I
of course,
wonder why.
we all know how to hold a festival without making too much trouble, per se.
I'm looking forward to
Let's-
that one. It was always very popular amongst pagan gods. Oh, but apologies.
No, I'd love to hear about the pagan gods sometime.
Well, I'm sure they will.
For now, let's make sure that we are being aware of how we are proceeding in the forest, not overseeing our bounty, and making sure that we aren't angering any possible fae out there, as I remember the last time we had a festival. Let's not go through that again. And finally, for the next several days, there'll be a fit full of lessons, specifically around the Rift Beasts. I've been working with Octavian to work some plans of training, and let's just say they will be to your benefit to be paying attention full-heartedly and without distraction. Battle tactics, anatomy, and other such things that you can learn here will be very important for your future goals. There is one more thing. With the upcoming meeting with Advisor Jensen, it would be good to have some of the diplomat division be present for their arrival and work things out. So, are there any here that are in the diplomat division right now? Right, you might want to read up on the letter, be prepared to make any type of conversation, and get ready to use your wits and a little bit of that finesse.
I am very confused about
Right.
what's happening with these papers right
Bombadil,
now.
Did I miss anything?
These are just props. Why are they doing that?
No, that should be it, if I believe so.
Yes?
Just a few minor notes to help ease things along. First, for our division, our diplomacy division members. The officials of Kinville are aware of our use of the occult magic. As the captains, make sure your teams understand not to use these publicly. While officials may know, we do not want any towns or cities going into a panic.
I would also add to that, if I may be so bold. As I'm sure hasn't escaped many of yours notice who've perused the news of recent, there are certain rumors going around about the nature of this school and its possible allegiances to Kakar. Now, I couldn't possibly, in my wildest dreams, imagine why a foreign body would think that we had some sort of relation with Kakar. However, it is likely that upon going to Kenfale, we may be under very, very tight scrutiny as to where our allegiances are and who we pay, well, our respects to. I should remind you all at this time that us remaining neutral in all affairs political is of the utmost importance if we are to complete our mission. And I would see that filtered down to your teammates as well. We are one school now, though we are from different origins. That was all.
Right.
Do any of the students have any questions?
When exactly is this diplomat or whatever you called him was? When is he coming?
Yes. I don't think it specifically says on the letter, but it should.
I don't believe he's
possibly
coming by
within-
my reading. He's inviting us.
Yes, I believe we're
wait,
heading to Kenvale.
Oh,
Yes,
understood.
I'm sorry.
Apologies.
Actually,
Oh.
if you would like to see that letter.
Oh, sure.
How's the
That was
music
the reason
volume,
for our
guys? It's hard to balance.
clarification of Higher ups will know about the fact that you.
It's not a DM. It seems to have desynced. I have no idea why.
However, do not let it be public knowledge in the city.
Right. Discretion will
Any
be
other questions?
Right. Discretion will be a better part of valor when we're working within Kenvale. Make sure that we are being. How do I word this?
Discreet.
That we work accurate and yes, discreetly. I'm sorry. Apparently, my thoughts are slipping today. But yes, like Mordred said, is there any more questions? No?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Right. Then I think with that, the meeting is adjourned. As per the first rule of the orders, everybody who's in the Aetherite division should be meeting with Nella as per the first instruction that I saw. This should be to just cover basis. Solus, Talani, Angel, Lafron, Galub, and Ariana.
There's me. Yes, Caleb.
And with that, you have your orders. Set out your plans for the day and make preparations.
On the bell, though.
People trying
Yes,
their
upon the
best in
bell.
Caslin's absence.
I believe everyone's dismissed then.
Alright.
Go
You
to
all
teams, fill
dismissed.
them in.
Well, I'm leaving. This is getting awkward.
Did they say when we were meeting? Thank you.
Return to Ignis.
Good morning, Val.
The
Good morning.
that
What's that about?
what are
Well,
we talking about with that?
come here, Bombadil, and see if you could imagine, perchance, why this might exist. Any thoughts at all? It's a bloody good thing your concoction worked, Bombadil, I'll tell you that much.
Well, this is not good at all. Interesting.
Yes, well, hopefully we won't be walking into absolute ambush in the AC. But yes.
Don't worry. I believe I can do something about this, but it is quite concerning.
Curious, Val. We were simply talking about our
figure
relations with
something
the
out.
southern province. I take it you have yet to see to your eye again. The thing must be completely sore. I must say, as much as I, how shall I say, respect your dedication to impair yourself in such way on the behalf of a pagan alleged god. Well, let's just say that, we shall not be looking to extend any further courtesies in the future. Do seek medical attention if it starts to ache too much, and once again, I believe there is still, possibilities to be explored, thanks to our, Viking companion.
To be honest, the
Matrix was starting to reach the end of its lifespan anyways. I
Well,
was actually thinking about upgrading after it died.
here's hoping we find verdant and bountiful, supply down beneath our feet. And nothing else, though my greater wisdom tells me otherwise. Even so.
Has Tell left the Chancellor's office? I haven't seen him.
I could check for you if you like. I no longer need to, it would seem. Well, very good. I think the long and short of it is that we will be gathering by the gate at the sound of the first bell. Do see that you are prepared and adequately stocked ahead of time.
Of course.
Wow, they really spelled that wrong.
Arena.
There's a lot more.
Arena. My
Oh, look,
name
it's
is Arena now. It's
Who wrote this?
Arena now.
At the
Oh, I know.
It's
So Margaret wrote it.
I did not write it at all, thank you very much. I know how it's spelled.
If anyone wants to read the paper, then of course I'm going ahead. Other than that, that's what we got today.
I was hoping by chance that we might run into one of the seers. I wonder where they've got to. Oh my god, Caslin, it's happening. Best of luck, my dude. I hope to see you shortly. It's always fun interacting with Malik.
Oh, understood.
Any idea where the seers are?
They are resting.
They're out.
I see. Probably committing some sort of heinous acts of worship. Thank you kindly. I don't like this one bit. I hope we find something properly explosive. Well, at least we'll be out of the sun for a while. An eclectic mix of people coming with me and a number of unknowns. Professor Tekia, I have not heard your piece on the nature of this forest god yet. What do you make of her?
Well, I was informed multiple times that her status as a god is very, more of a title at best.
Indeed.
I've had some time to mull it over, other than my immediate surprise of, oh, it's a other being.
You mentioned your words were struggling somewhat earlier. You were struggling to find diction. Do you feel different at all? An encounter with a sorceress of that level of power could have had untold effects upon you.
Well, I haven't heard any more late-night operations, especially around Sears area, to make sure no ne'er-do-wells want to cause any trouble. But now that you think about it,
You've been doing what? I'm sorry? You've been hiding around the Sears,
Night
was there?
patrols.
Night patrols. And you mentioned something
Not
to do with the
specifically.
Sears.
Well, outside of the realm. I've heard that they're not exactly influential with anybody other than the Seers, so I just patrol around the outside.
Oh, I understand you now.
Engage in the area.
What do you
what's
think?
your meaning in what you're asking? Ah, sorry. My apologies.
No. I am curious to know what you think.
Well, with how you're asking and knowing a little bit more of your backstory, would you think someone that isn't well versed in magic exactly could be compromised? Is that what you might be implying?
I'm saying that we're dealing with an enormous unknown of a sorceress capable of blighting the countryside for miles in any direction. And just as soon as this blight has affected our land, it has since receded. In a matter of what, 4 days? 3. Power on this scale is unprecedented. I do worry
I can see where I think you're going.
about this individual's status as a potential threat. I am told by the other students, well, by the students, I should say, my apologies, that there were some ruins about where she was discovered. Is that correct?
Yes. There were some ruins, but actually what I heard from the report was not much overgrowth. You would think something that's been sitting there for years would have a lot of overgrowth.
You would have thought
exactly
so,
the case.
yes. The last people who bored her or failed to do her bidding properly, perhaps. I'm sure we've proven ourselves a very useful ally. I just hope that we are able to retain her favor. Else, doubtless, something similar might befall these very grounds. What
Do you think
is that? Something's about.
I'm not.
There is something about. What is this? Begone from me! I will hear none of it.
Nether, what the hell?
I will find who it is. Nothing in my immediate vicinity, so to speak. What is this? You will get out of my head!
Noah! Noah! Please, relax! God's above, man! Get your head!
I think I have it.
I would beg to differ. Shooting a shot into the air isn't exactly something off a good effect, now is it?
Did you see these vines? They turned up everywhere she was. Everywhere affected by her blight.
Do you think she has ill intention of us?
Not yet.
But until we prove her useful or our usefulness dies out.
Clearly we cannot speak here. We will need to reconvene on this later on. I may have a task for you before the day is through. I take my job very seriously, Professor Takia. I will see these grounds secured.
I agree. Take care, Noah.
I will do. What on earth was that? Show you. They kept us hidden in Essex. The people were too scared of what it was we were working on. And they were right to be. Just in time. Focus, Nella. They can't know anything was wrong. I'm gladdened to see so many of you ready to go. Have you seen Octavian anywhere?
No, not yet.
Curious.
What's from my team? Should I go to look for her?
I saw her... I saw her moments hence, heading towards the school. I'm sure she held the bell and will become running. Galeb, why?
What? Oh. Honestly, I forgot. But, you know.
Captain Lafron, would you please explain Ignis's fixation with melons of recent?
I'm sorry, sir. I really... It's a phenomenon I'm understanding myself that we've been having as a victim.
Indeed.
No, it's mainly Murtash.
Yes.
That's...
Yeah, electrolytes.
Electrolytes.
Electro what now?
That's just, I don't know.
Shut
something
up,
Tao said.
Luca.
I think it's orcish. Yes, sir.
Right. Well, we shall give them a couple more moments to find their way here, else I shall consider that they have run themselves truant. Yet I believe here she comes even now.
No.
Curious. I was rather hoping that Octavian would be coming, given his disposition, but then with such threats on our borders, it's not surprising that he would not wish to leave the school unattended. Is there anyone else who is not accounted for at present? No? Well, in that case, we'll make our way out. As a reminder, our mission is twofold. Firstly, we are to try and identify any presence of potential rift activity beneath the school. Secondly, if possible, we are to secure as many pockets of Aetherite as possible, therefore to ensure a sturdy supply should relations deteriorate with the continent into the future. We will be arriving down into the tunnels beneath the school by the access tunnel, which was pried open near a year ago. From there, we will be proceeding to a site of Aetherite, which was identified by 2 expeditions down into the school, into the area around that time. Now, it is worth noting that I do not know what we will find down there. We have talked of spiders, but with other things that have been going on recently, it is difficult to know what to expect. Further, such bountiful hunting grounds as caverns will not remain unoccupied for long. And with the rat men gone, it is likely that something else has quickly filled the vacuum. That being said, I will reiterate what I was saying to Amber this very morning. The one thing we can be sure of is the presence of Aetherite. As such, we must be extraordinarily careful with the use of magics, particularly ranged and area of effect weaponry. If one of you were to hit a crystal and that backfires through a deposit, there is no telling what effects this may have. Indeed, it may bring the entire cavern down on all of us. So therefore, we are to be careful. We are to be cautious. And most importantly of all, we are to put the fucking melon down. Excellent. Well, that's one mission completed already. Shall we be off then? Fall out.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We'll be headed over the bridge towards the woodland. Wah! Respawn! 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 We're respawning. Everybody ready to respawn? Let's do a respawn. It's my favorite thing to do. Everybody respawn. You're gonna respawn right now. Respawn! 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 Respawn!
I was keeping an eye. I saw an Avi.
I'm gonna blow it
If you know what's the first two class, we should be ready. He exits that door. I'm shooting.
Get it.
That's it.
Get as much as we can.
We saved your melons. You got this shit.
Why won't you explain the melon? Don't you know what? Don't tell me. Oh my God, Kazlin, you live. You got the hamsters spinning again. We're just about to head out. I don't know who's dropping portals, etc. It is public. I could do it. All right, fair enough. In that case, who here hasn't friended me? Anyone? No? Anyone not friended me? It's true, I'm going to force you to friend me. I'm going to go to a world and, well, I'll drop a portal and hopefully if you get lost, it'll be fine. Hello, Cookie, how are you doing? I'll move away from the spawn so people don't unwittingly run into it, actually.
I know, just boy howdy, I can't wait to go and get back into the Oh, where am I?
No, the mistakes of the past cannot haunt me now, please.
It's a portal! Quick, get in there! Fucking hell, man! Attack, attack, attack! Swords out, let's go! Let's fucking go!
Okay.
NPCs too.
Oh my God.
Let's go. Oh, I am. Oh, okay.
That was something. Ooh, I am. Ooh, blinks out of existence.
Okay, buttons, don't touch it. Got it. You know, we need to have the break.
What the fuck was that? What? Oh my God. Of course. Well, Andrew. So
we'll see if this passes over me.
Ecteris.
If you could come this way.
Ecteris, this button over here is for you. This is your button. Nobody else over there. NPCs through the hole of the wall over there. You guys wait in the middle over there somewhere.
What's that?
That is not of your concern. It's none of your concern. It's an Ecteris special button. Nobody touches the button. If anyone has touched the button, untouch the button. Right, if you touch the button, the green thing will appear above it.
Yes.
Excellent. So what this is going to do... Fuck off!
Oh, I'm not listening.
Right. So, well, basically, you're going to see some orange walls in the world with a red button. When you see the orange wall, you'll be able to see through it. That doesn't do anything. The red button does, and what it'll do...
Is the shadows toggle not work? I'm sorry.
No, there's no...
Get out of here.
You won't need them in this map.
Get out of here.
You will not need the shadow toggle in this map. I can promise you. It'll... Okay. So, what that's going to do is it's going to seal, after about 10-20 seconds, the hole with a big animation that plays for everybody. There is no way of opening them once they're closed, so make sure everybody's past that line and that everybody gives it about 10-15 feet back. It's also going to play a very large noise so everybody knows what's going on. If you do every single one, there is a non-zero chance that you will seal us in. And that will be a thing that happened in canon, and everybody will laugh about it. So, as we die in
Which
a
is
hole.
even worse, because my AC stopped working for a bit, so it's currently like, oh God, what is the conversion? It's like 84 in my room right now. So
Okay.
it's hot, and my leg is killing me. So I will try not to lock us in, and I'll try not to have a heat stroke.
Fair enough. That's so. Those are your
I'll
plans.
make sure Ivan is on the other side of the wall.
Understood. I'm glad you read between the lines on that one.
I don't know. I don't really have a mirror. Do I look ashy? I don't really have a plan with that.
Just checking, everybody's okay with how this works. Just wanted to make sure DMs had pressed the button over there so they can see the numbers.
Yes.
Cool. If you're not sure whether you've pressed it or not, go through one of the holes. Pretty much most of the ones we're going to be doing today are within the late 20s and then through 30 through 50, whatever. Oh my god, the ooze! I've got to go!
The trees too?
Then I will take the lead.
I did, yeah. Now
Hey, do we see the mirror?
Do not press that button! I just saw you near the button. Don't press the button.
I know I didn't touch it.
I know, erroneously. I made it big and red, which was a mistake. However, don't press the big red button.
The one that's right there.
Yes,
right
the
there
really
in the
glowing, the one that's begging you to press it, except you mustn't.
Okay.
That looks like Aetherite. Makes me want to touch it.
What if I in character as Gela press the button? Is that alright?
No. This none of what happens here is canon. But if you press that button, then you might press another button and then you'll be permanent.
Just one click. Just please.
That's not an over exaggeration.
Just one succulent second.
Wait, does it actually?
Well,
show the light. Show the light.
fair enough. I'm convinced.
You got a fucking flash.
Oh, look who's come prepared! Holy shit!
Yeah, my guy.
I guess I knew how much rope I had.
That's alright.
School of Ghosts.
No, that's part of the helmet.
Rope is rope is extremely hard to do, but we'll take it under advice that you have got rope with you. I love this model. I love your little horn thing. It's amazing.
This is so sad.
It's
Ava,
nice and
where's
brass.
Despacito?
What?
That's so sad. Philia, play Despacito.
Oh, gotcha.
I feel like now we're gonna be doing this later. We should be fine.
I see this thing hovering behind people's heads. Oh wait, what is this?
We cannot use magic. I am here entirely as a...
You can do. You've just got to be careful. It'll.
I did think there was somebody else.
What is the what's the pink red? Oh, it's shadows.
Yeah, I didn't port that bit over. Don't worry about it. Ah, fuck! And I didn't disable the thing behind him.
Talk, or is it normal volume if I just talk? Is this talk?
Yeah, that's talk.
Am I talking now? Was I not talking before?
No. So it
Okay,
doesn't
well,
start green. So you're fine. You'll be okay. Just checking. Can everybody get their menu up?
Yeah.
If they're able to. And are people able to access a higher jump? Holy shit, that's way too high. Never mind.
Let me see. Jump.
You may need to use your moon jump here some stages, so I just want to check you're all good.
Nice. And I landed.
I cannot glide.
Cool.
Oh man, I just out of nowhere can jump really high.
Functions I need for this to work.
Oh my god, Tao, we're going on a mission. This has like never happened.
Can we play baseball?
I know. One that's not walking into a town and then leaving.
Jumping means no vision.
We're going versus Let's go. Get the fuck. I'll shoot my gun for like the first fucking second.
It might be close.
I forgot what my toggle was.
At least not a student.
No, turning shadows off. I ain't down with it.
Turning shadows off won't do anything here. I can promise you, you do not need shadows to be off in this map. This is way more performant than the other map. Every light that you see in there is not going to be a problem anyway. Just try to like,
Oh my god.
squiddy cheese.
30 frames in a Rosewood session? This is mad.
The whole time. Angio. We were missing Angio.
We were. I can't believe that you didn't account for your team member. You're the worst captain. We should fire Luca.
Oh, Philia, I should probably warn you.
I can't argue with that. Where is he?
When you play music, a little man.
He just requested invite off me. Don't worry, I'll be here shortly.
Okay, sick.
Is that a spirit thing?
I looked after him.
I understand you brought rope. Is it enough to abandon it?
Fuck you, old man. Fucking disgusting little fucking lion catboy bullshit. Coming here to pretending to care. He's just doing. That's the
next mission.
I will slice them all. We're going to be playing Fruit Ninja up in here. It's gonna.
We'll all show up with fucking melons.
Okay, so you get the Kaneko drop. Yeah, exactly. Just out of 10. Oh, also, you might want to turn your world sound off. It's all free and all that sort of shit, but there's some stuff. So if you don't usually have your world sound turned off, you might want to have it, just because it's yeah, there's stuff.
Turn it on.
Make sure your world sound is turned up. Yep. What?
I like the music.
That you can have music and world sound. Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, Jackson.
Oh. Is that true? I am not a VR track,
This
right?
whole new concept.
I know, you can listen to two things at once.
Not all sound is music.
What the fuck?
I meant the map music. I don't know if
Oh, there's no map music. It's all atmospherics.
Have you ever held something with two hands at once?
There's a button behind you.
Look up spooky.exe.
I'm being very amused by seeing my eye through the lens here. God damn it.
Let's do that one.
Should I do sewer ambience? Second.
What's that? I'm gonna try my steady cam.
I can't even do keyboard in this, so I'm not even gonna bother.
I assume that you're talking to me right now. Oh shit, is that the damage that does? Let's do a like-for-like comparison. 46 frames a second. Oh, it's only a couple of frames. Oh. Yeah, it's only a couple of frames. Okay, and now we make sure our thing's back on. Are we good? Yeah, I was going to work out that James. Thank you very much, Jake Steph, for watching up. Anyway, Grey Sanctus, thank you very much for following. Very cool, very cool.
No, you had the goggles off.
My God, look at this power!
Here to
wow.
the eyes. Yeah, you had the goggles.
That's the power of having a thick skull.
Oh, look at these shadows. Look at these giant shadows.
Why are we here? But you're doing the circus. You had the goggles up. Oh my God. You're right. With the main
Hey, hold on. This is really bad. I'm gonna take the blaze.
I made a bird.
Really slowly.
My God, he fell in slow motion. The power!
Yeah.
Damn! If you work out as much as I do, you too will enjoy the suburbs.
Oh my god.
But not as cool.
I am in my tiny bubble, you cannot hurt me. I am going to bubble hop. Bubble Yeah.
Why can I use something on your back?
Oh, yeah, because I forgot to switch it on this thing. Don't worry about it. It'll activate my menu for you, and then it won't do anything. There's a couple of people with it.
We're ready when you guys are.
We're ready when we guys are? Okay, guys, we're going to the start of the map. Do it. We're going to the start. Let's fucking go. So, just a quick thing.
Oh, this is the mirror. I'm living.
Just a quick thing. Yeah, it's fucked. Don't worry about it. Weekend job, guys. So, just a couple of things. When we go through there, we are in character. We've just walked through the woods. We've come through in a concealed cover. We've climbed down a rope into the dungeon. We have various bits of equipment with us. There are a couple of potions if people have brought potions. If you didn't bring potions, you didn't bring potions, but there are options there that you can have. There is about 6 pickaxes, I believe, and there's 4 lanterns. The lanterns are a bit bigger than last time, obviously. We've learnt that we need bigger lanterns and more of them going down into this area. Make sure you've got your world sound on. We'll be waiting for a cue from the dums to know to properly get started. But when you're ready to go, press this button. Did everybody remember to piss before they got on the bus? Looking very damp, Solus. Looking very damp at the back there. Okay, let's go. I take it everyone has got down safely.
Some of us should probably pick up.
Seems like it.
All right, we've got our stuff. Make sure you're figuring out who is getting what. We need a line of shields, I should imagine. Anyone who fights with a one-handed weapon, a good choice. Make sure that you have someone with a lantern close to the front lines. They don't need to remain at the front lines, but of course it's important that we get the maximum sight range in front of us. We don't know what we're going to be facing down here.
Bring a pickaxe.
Angela, you brought provisions, right?
Actually, no, just bandages.
We should get a lantern.
Just bandages? Okay. Yeah, grab a pick.
Good job.
Okay,
All right.
that's the last one.
I was handing it to you.
Oh, thank you. Still in there. Hands are full. Hands are
Curious.
full. Now they're not. I've been taken.
We've got another torch over here, too.
I wonder, do we have among us any veterans of these caverns?
Aye.
Lefron, then, the floor is yours. It's probably best that you instruct the others on what to inspect and the shortfalls. I shall be curious to hear what you have to say.
Well, we'll be going into mostly tight caverns. Be sure to always keep your eyes glued forward, looking to the skies if necessary. From what I remember, they were during the Rat's mission they did use the heights to their advantage. Always be aware and always on the lookout. Lights are a very valuable resource, so keep them close and stick together. Do not get lost. And watch your foot.
Front, I'll switch with you if you don't mind.
Of course. I don't think there much else to say other than just stay prepared and on your toes.
We fall here if we falter for too long and are surrounded. We are going into enemy territory. If you are injured, make sure that we are prioritizing movement above all else. Are we ready, Rosewood Institution?
Yes, sir.
In that case, let's find some Aetherite. Lead on. We'll be taking the path to the left.
Somebody should have grabbed that last torch if
Listen.
if you can. Yeah, if I can see what's up over here.
I see spiders. Right ahead.
Oh,
yeah. Low approach.
They shy from the light, it would seem.
Back off.
Yeah, keep the lights strong.
Pitfall in the center. Watch your footing.
There's one right there.
Move round to the
Spiders
left.
ahead, everybody.
Make movement to the left.
They don't seem to like light.
On it.
Stay close. Shields, keep eyes to the foes. Allow the rest of the party to move around.
Yes, sir. Going down steps.
If the blueprints are to be believed, we will be heading round and to the right.
Back to the two of you.
Thank you, Professor.
Come now.
They're staying close behind, so no look.
Where to, sir?
We will be heading into the cavern. This here appears to be the breach point that the rat men used to dig into our infrastructure. Keep eyes around and move into the cavern. That will be the way up to the sewer pipes.
Into that cavern.
This way.
Spider.
As we get up.
Hey, fuck off.
Bring your light up.
They are likely to become more hostile the further we head into their territory.
Don't stop moving for too long.
Perhaps it's time to save on a little bit of mana, at least. Eyes around to the side. Make sure you're covering the access point. Those two are more than capable of handling a single spider.
Target down.
Very well done. Jackson, excellent form. Once you have confirmed your kill, target down. Simple, clear.
Yes, sir.
Contacts behind.
Contacts behind.
Contact behind, hold.
We're alright, it's just two.
Move back.
I seem to be dealt with.
Well, hopefully Octavian has prepared you for more than simple spiders. With luck, that's all we'll find down here.
I believe I'm seeing the glow of Aetherite, sir.
This sewer in. I wasn't expecting to encounter anything of the sort until we moved further into these areas. At least by the plans Takuya drew me.
Bones.
Indeed.
What?
Slimes? What the fuck is that? What the fuck?
What is that?
Move back.
Very rarely,
Get them
so
close.
that's why I started
I
work.
think back gate. Back.
Doesn't enough.
I made it.
Move back. Corner. Keep flying magic ready.
Rats.
Come on, shields. Pull
Did
back.
the invite do that?
Shields, pull back. Keep fog.
What's doing that?
Close.
Come back.
Move back. Give it space.
Ivine.
Move it back. Give it space. Assess.
What?
We have no choice. Anyone with magical capabilities, open fire on the cube. Be careful. Back around to this side. Give them space to shoot where there is no Aetherite afoot.
Spider behind!
They appear to be shrinking the more they... Rats to it.
Spider jumping in. Emma behind you.
Now they're killing. I shall show you.
Pardon?
No worries at all. Be out of here! Freeze!
Alright, man, it seems to work.
Any injuries?
You
over
okay,
here?
Rose?
This is a perilous situation.
It enveloped my sword for a second.
They appear to be weak to magical damage.
Slime on my shield.
Everybody, hold fire! Those of you who are capable of creating a magical spell, such as to enchant their weapon, do so now. We will hold time. Everybody who does not need that, hold the front. Acteris, if you would be so kind as to hold the back, I shall hold this position with any other capable. Let's keep an eye out.
Yes, sir. That was not a sight I expected.
No, nor I. This cave and this turnoff here doesn't match with any of Takuya's reports. We may have more time with this afoot. Either way, we should head around and see if we can at least secure the first deposit that was isolated, see if it's spread, anything that's happened to it. I don't detect anything of the occult just of yet, so that's good news at least.
So you've never seen those things before?
I have not, though I certainly have my suspicions.
It reminded me of... I think it's Jello. I believe we've had it before as a meal, but it certainly was not...
Yeah, it kind of looked like that. Like a...
Cutting weapon would have done nothing.
Something like that.
Luca, do you recall the papers that we've been perusing as of recently?
Yes, sir. It's on my
References to experimentation.
Oh.
Yes. We shall speak no more on that point, but I think it's fair to say that we should be extremely careful moving forward. How are things going? Is everybody suitably charged?
Yes, sir.
Excellent news. In that case, we will be avoiding this outcrop for now and heading to secure the original point.
Are there?
Wait. So there is.
Another. Another one.
It appears that our stagnation has allowed them to surround us once again. In that case, mages forwards. Shields be ready to cover them when they move about.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Firebolt!
Rats. Within this enclosure. Something else, perhaps.
Firebolt!
Hold it back.
Firebolt's doing a lot.
Hit it with a lamp.
Well, whatever these things are, they're certainly reticent to hit the grave. Come now. A punishment for lingering too long. We head forwards.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ah, the upward ramp. Takuya dealt this. Torches forwards. Very good, Gallup. Very good.
Just jump here.
So there is. Looks like you'll have to put your effort into it.
You can also just, you can kind of just skirt up the side there.
I did not think of that.
Curious. Again, the Aetherite reacts to our presence. Lefron, you have been here before.
Wow.
The clusters, the number of them.
It's been a while.
Is it the same as you remember?
It's suddenly increased.
Very good.
I got you covered, sir.
I need rifles and casters to make a defensive line on that hole. Make sure you've got a lantern with you if possible. Also on this exit over here. The remainder of melee will move forwards.
Yes, sir.
Thankfully, this place seems to react to our surroundings. More spiders up ahead.
I spot them.
Lefron, Gallup. Child's play for you, surely.
Of course, sir.
Large cube coming up behind us, everyone.
Another. Rats.
Yes. I don't know if it can go up the...
Nor I.
We'll jump here, though.
Magic shot's ready.
Looks like
to?
Well, open fire. I think there's no question as to whether they're hostile or not. And they haven't the apparatus to speak with us.
Spider!
I think I spy. Rats! Ah! Ah! To be snuck up on by something so primitive. Well, time to ply my trade. I will not be felled so easily. Excellent.
I come up along the side there.
Indeed, so it is. Fall back, fool. Where's that lantern? Professor Acteris, you leave our colleagues in the dark.
Trying to make sure where Luca is going, so I'm wandering off.
Anything that way?
There was a spider. There's a little more of a path away.
Rats. If memory serves, that's the base back towards the rat cave. Near everything that isn't a spider has attacked us from the new egress into the cavern. I dare say if we're to secure this point, we move in that direction. Rosewood, it appears that nothing that isn't a slime is attacking us from this direction. If we are to secure this area, we must move into the new caverns, it would seem. Form up. We can't linger here for long.
Yes, sir.
I would know more about these slimes.
Target down.
Come now, come now. It is just a spider. More at our back, eh?
Let's get moving then. Come on. Watching right.
Lanterns forwards.
We need a light. Gillip, up.
We should head back towards where the slimes have come from and see if we can find their source. Let's head back down.
Yes, sir.
Another hole, it would seem. This way one moment.
We haven't gone this way. Yes, sir.
Well, another one that doesn't appear to match. Forwards then. Are there any who may take the four who are not Lafron and Gallop? It is important that we use our resources well. Taulani, would you be kind enough to swap in for Lafron?
Right. Lafron, take a breather.
Ulysses, cover in Gallop's stead.
Yes,
There's mushrooms.
Jackson?
So there is.
Ulysses, I need you on my left.
You got it.
Right.
Covering right.
That way must lead back up towards the chamber we were just in.
Lantern on the light, please, Gallop.
Do you hear something?
I'm afraid I do. Well, there's more of these rat holes, at least.
Keep an eye on it.
What is that?
Don't lead your own off until everyone's passed.
No, just...
No one falling behind.
Right's very dark.
There's definitely something.
Gallop, light.
It appears we find ourselves at a crossroads. Luca, Ulysses, and other members of your teams, head that direction a short way, 20 yards, and report what you find. Members of Ignis and Terra, head back in that direction, see if you can spy anything.
Yes, sir. Terra,
Yes, sir. Lantern. Need a lantern.
Call if you find any contacts. Make sure we're splitting evenly. Myself and Acteris will cover the back.
Stick together, we don't want to divide.
Well, this is already somewhat more expensive than Takoya detailed. And given his lifetime of experience planning, well, encounters, shall we say, I don't have reason to doubt his designs.
Well then, I wasn't here previously when I came down. Was there this much Aetherite?
I was trying to ascertain that myself. But Takoya's plans mentioned one pocket and one pocket only. I dare say I suspect more will be found further in. So it is. Well,
a drop-off point, sir, with a slime and a enemy hostiles down there.
A drop-off point,
A lot of Aetherite on a ledge.
Indeed.
Yes, sir.
More Aetherite already. We shall hear the other report. Umbra, Ventus, have you encountered anything?
Tags and one crystal. Looks to be of a violet color.
I see. Enemy contacts in the other direction. Back up, we're heading that way. We need to find the source of these slimes.
Come on, Ivan.
On our way. Quickly. Going back up, facing the door.
You heard us. Prepare a forward bastion. We will be moving down this drop-off you mentioned. If there is more of the Renette's research down here, it is imperative that it is recovered.
On us.
Let me go in front.
Ah, yes. Ulysses, can you take my spot?
Of course.
Your eagerness does you credit. More crystals indeed. This is doing little to dissuade my spheres, and reports mention nothing of the yellow coloration.
I think the slime and the spider mode are not saying him.
So it would seem, but this is our best bet.
Remember, stealing occasionally. We have to
sure?
Luca, you have that rope with you, yes? See if you could secure it to something and
Yes,
dangle
sir.
it down. This is our best lead so far.
Understood.
I'm gonna add a little bit more support near the
If he cannot tie it to anything, there is a lower drop-off point.
Certainly.
If we can just get one of those pickaxes to make us to...
Here you go.
Maybe like a nice chunk. Ring dent or something. Excuse me, Solus.
What was that?
Ivan, we have lanterns here.
What is that?
What the fuck is that? Is it one of those
Professional?
That
What is that?
is Aetherite lining its back.
What is it?
Did you see the
Rope secure, sir.
Okay. I'm switching to my slingshot. I have magical explosives I could support with.
I need a recon squad. Who among you is stealthy?
Avoid magic, yeah.
Well, come on!
Good to know.
Ivan,
I can do it, sir.
Question, sir?
who among you is stealthy?
What's the question?
I need someone to go forward and identify what that was.
I can do, sir.
Very good. Ivan?
I've been volunteered as well.
Very good. In that case, you three, down the rope. The first sign of contact, you're to run back in this direction. Range support. take up position here. We are going to need to cover them in need of egress. Anyone with a strong pair of arms about them, step forward in case we need to lift them up in a hurry.
Okay. Boys.
Students, allow me to make one thing clear. If that is Aetherite in that thing's head, do not under any circumstances attack it with magical weaponry or spells. It could go awry and, well, it would be the whole situation all over again. The sooner you depart, the sooner you return. Well then, Mr. Lynette, what experiments have you left down here?
Here's to hoping to find new notes.
Yes, my thoughts as well. It's hard to gauge the distance in this darkness. You can see here, once again, this Aetherite has reacted to their presence.
I think Cadet Emma might have fluxed, and I think she might need someone to help her out with that.
I'm sure she's capable of joining various messaging channels should she need to. They have been overlong. I wish I could figure out what that noise was. We'll hear their return. Quickly, they may be being pursued.
No hostiles in sight.
No, and I'm sure we'd have heard something if it was upset. Very well done.
Grab my hand. Still with us.
Give it up. Spotted.
More of them dropping in.
Okay, I'm forced to defend because this lantern. If you'll stab at it.
Synchronous. Very impressive. What was that look?
Me in my leg. Your movement. Did you walk on it?
Oh,
It's fine. Small bite. I'll be fine. Help me. As long as you can jog away fast.
Well, report. What was it?
It's definitely a creature made Aetherite, so it has its own life force.
Speak up.
Yes, sir, sorry.
Agreed.
From what we could tell, it's made of
Aetherite.
Aetherite spines along its back and possibly tail.
You hear that? We have an Aetherite beast ahead of us. That means that's where we need to go. Colleagues, students, we're headed down. Down the road.
Yes, sir. Oh, going down now. Never mind, stay there. Alright, I can take that back now. Alright, thank you, Coley.
Winds carry me.
I need you to catch these things. Here we go. They hand them down to you.
Yeah. I can do it.
Get you. Oh, okay. Well, I guess.
Come now, down you come.
Pass the pickaxes. Pass them down. One at a time. Don't hit me in the face.
Moving forwards is imperative. We have our backs to a wall here.
Go. Ivy.
Indeed, a very difficult to skill wall.
Ready to get you training. More time with the course and less time doing whatever it is you do.
Yes, I should do it much more.
Fast. Come on, fast as we can.
I got it. Alright, another one. Hey.
Yeah.
Come on.
Another one. Got it. Here you go.
Got it.
Coming down.
Is that all of them?
You got. Okay, I have the lantern.
Alright.
3 pickaxes here.
Excellent work. The rest of you, come on.
Spiders in front.
Spiders in front. Well spotted.
Hidden behind the left corridor. Keep an eye out.
Eli season. The professor's still there.
I'm sure Arcturus can fight his own way down.
I'll be fine.
Professor?
Just grab the spare one.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Rope's clear.
We move.
You do late?
Alright, everyone's down there.
We gotta take it. Somebody take it.
I'll take a pickaxe.
Well then, we must press on.
Alright.
What are those slimes up ahead?
Slime, up ahead, in front.
Magically.
I see no Aetherite behind it. If you have a clear shot, take it.
Firing.
Two of them. There's one behind it.
Rats to it.
Firebolt! Back out.
Die!
Spare.
Firebolt! Get over me! Fast!
Pull back, get him. We have place to move yet.
Hold the line back, come on.
Fuck you!
Okay, enemies down.
We must move forwards. We have ground to gain. Keep moving. The beast came from the right and headed leftways. Therefore, I believe we would be best served with a rightward tack. See if we can find its nest.
There's another slime. There's another slime to the right. Slime to the right.
Very good.
Yeah, be careful, Ulysses.
Let's move forward.
Mind your left. Everyone mind the left.
It's magic.
Form a line.
I think I see more of them.
Another one behind this one. Fuck off.
Be gone. Ah! Quickly. Before you're immersed by the thing. Spider spotted. As soon as it's dispatched, call it out. Let's move forwards. There's more Aetherite ahead.
Spider right. They're jumping. In the middle of the formation.
I have no light in the right.
Only one.
You
Only
had.
one. Other side.
I dare say a couple of pickaxes are more than enough to sort it out. Crush that bug. It appears the Aetherite brings good fortune. There's light aplenty up ahead. I dare say now's about enough time to swap the guards over. Front shields fall back, back shields fall forwards. We're swapping again, making sure we don't get too tired.
Nice, he's back.
Excellent. In that case, we're headed ever downwards. That sound seems to have stopped. I don't know if that's good or bad.
I don't know.
Can we get a lantern, Luca?
I'm on it. There's a jump here.
That's quite the payload. Yet more. I dare say the sight of it fills me with trepidation and...
Professor!
My God.
Watch these
Can we light
ledges.
up here?
Make sure it's properly lit.
For that top.
Ledge here.
Keep the ledges lit so people don't trip.
These crystals are huge.
Think of what we could make with this.
It's right beneath our feet.
Everyone, caution. Large deposits of Aetherite. Watch your magic.
It's humongous.
I said to watch your magic.
It responds to our presence once more. We have to secure this. Whatever's down here.
What do you think this means for us, Professor?
It means that we'd be well suited to do a further investigation.
Mr. Miller, up on the other way at the right at the top, there was another one of the rats.
It looks like a dead end.
Nothing over there to be afraid of.
We have to secure this deposit. That's all we need to focus on.
Me and Gilliford followed from far away.
Those with lanterns, secure the perimeter. Make sure that we are alone here. We will then move to investigate further.
Okay, everyone be wary of the Aetherite.
I did see a rat man.
We saw some movement up there, Professor.
You saw
one
what?
of those.
I saw one of the rats with the Aetherite.
One of those creatures with the Aetherite on its back.
Aetherite monsters was up on the right.
Rat. We can't have that thing around.
Everybody get ready. Aetherite creature.
Right there, Professor.
Everybody, hide, hide, hide! Pull back, hide!
Come back.
It's already gone.
It's gone.
It is gone. It is gone. Perfect.
It's out of our shot.
We can't face that thing in our current state. Acteris.
So there's nothing. They're all dead ends. On that side and this.
I hate to pry upon your capabilities overmuch, but if we were able to localize that within a tunnel, do you think you might be able to seal it off?
It'll take a bit of time to make sure I don't collapse the tunnel on us, but yes.
Then we need to find a grounds to lay our trap.
What was your...
Well, wherever it was, it's gone now. We should use this reprieve to investigate. let's head back up. Keep our voices down while we're at it. No knowing how far our voices echo in these caverns.
You want to switch off?
Sir, I would like to explain that it went towards the way that we had come.
Yes, it appears to be patrolling somewhat. Perhaps it detects something's amiss.
Watch your left, Zuka.
Perhaps it could have been programmed with that much Aetherite.
I'm on your right.
You raise a valid concern, Val. Honestly, given the genius of the Linnets, I don't know what to expect. Let's do it. Winds take me. The Aetherite still glows. It means it's been through here recently. We should head quickly this way.
Yes, sir.
Luke, I'm falling in with you.
Come over here.
Come on.
Yep. On us.
You don't delay. Move.
Jump a little bit further back.
Try to do a running jump.
No, I'm
Do you have a jump?
On your menu, there should be a jump button. And you can't do
I don't have the menu.
You can't access
Like
the
you
menu.
can't touch it.
You aren't able to click behind your shoulder at all. No. Let's do it.
Wait. No, he doesn't have the menu.
Fuck. It's all right. Contact a DM, they'll sort you out. There's teleports all over this cavern. Everybody else, come forwards.
Oh no! Angela has flash. Everyone.
Come now, the rest of us are moving without us.
There we go. Covered.
Need a light to the left.
See something?
Cover all exits. Lights up, lights up. We know what's behind us. This thing glows. We'll be able to see it coming. Another antechamber. What's that? Ah. Just as well, I nearly shot you. That it is.
That seems like another drop.
Coming right for us. Red coming right for us.
Whoa. What?
From where?
Where?
What direction?
That way.
Call out
From
direction.
Well, we have no choice but to fall down. Everybody, we must hide. Come.
Okay.
This way. This is no time to be faint-hearted. Lanterns forwards, now!
Everyone on the move. Let's go. Let's go.
Move. Move.
Come on, you guys. Come on.
Rats, it's right next to the motherlode. It's coming. Quickly, keep moving.
Which way?
There's a fork. Which way?
Sir.
Ah!
Straight or right?
This way. And
To the right.
Right-hand side it is. We'll break sight lines easier. This way. Come.
To the right, everyone. Come on.
This way.
Professor, if we toss the lanterns in a specific direction, maybe we could distract it, or at least one?
Certainly. You raise a valid point.
I'll sacrifice mine.
Fellows, stand still. 1 moment. 1 moment, hold. We made it to sacrifice a lantern. Who here is fast afoot?
I did it, sir.
Left his
I am, sir.
I'm quick.
Well, here's hoping. I was rather hoping that we'd be able to set some sort of distraction up. This thing is used to things glowing within this cavern. A lantern alone won't dissuade it, nor attract its attention. The movement of a body, potential prey, however, will. Have you noticed any spots you might be able to form a blockade or something? It must be difficult with the Aetherite about.
There were a few spots, however, I don't believe we'll be able to receive a block them. Unless you hope that there is an alternate action as slimes come.
Well, looks like we have more pressing concerns.
My magic is full. I can't afford to use it.
I can hit some of them. Two
Come
magical
now.
bombs.
I've used my spells too many times.
Quickly. With the power of the earth below, protect those near.
Come on, then.
Okay, I guess I didn't bring bombs.
We're no good for my son, but you can serve me. Disgusting amorphous failure! The thing creeps ever closer. Why won't you die? Yes.
I have a suggestion. If
all
I'm
ears.
able to dodge away with my lights and blink around it, I could possibly dodge away.
Do we even know its location at this given moment in time?
Ulysses, poke around your line.
This is a loss.
14
Last
less than one
precaution.
of it. Are you sure we can't ambush it?
Possibly not best to go up against it.
Luca.
Because we are not knowing what we go up
I think
against.
keep an eye on Solid.
There is a very high probability that that is one of the experiments mentioned in the papers. If so, then that it is something more than something with some rocks within its head. It's empowered.
They're running from something.
They might be
running
Professor.
from.
Yes.
2 spiders just came running from there, running from something that way.
In that case.
We move now.
Well, we can't go back up that hill in time. Our only choice is to go deeper.
Another spider.
There it is. The spiders know their way to safety if the ships are so to be believed. Follow on.
Light, you need to be hustling.
There's a hill.
Students, I need to disseminate this information. Aetherite rocks do not simply grow inside the heads of monsters. Those things have been placed there, and that beast has been empowered.
I think it had a sight on us.
I understand. Ready for up.
Spider!
Spider! Spider!
Keep moving from above!
The spiders have their priorities, we're fine. They're running away just like us.
Target down.
We can't keep running like this forever. We must be able to put up some sort of barricade. My God. We're doomed.
Could we tie 2 pickaxes? No. I was going to say to the end of a rope and maybe throw it, tying its legs together.
We found its nest.
Oh, hello, dead thing.
I believe we have.
Then it'll be coming back.
Philia has a shield generator, Professor, if we need it.
Patrolling, it's trapping us.
Very good.
She can provide a wall for us.
The thing's corralled us into its pen.
Probably shouldn't be out in the open.
Professor, what would you say
to
the
watch
effect
out
of a
just in
normal
case there might be
firearm
more.
be on it?
I said it'll at least piss it off. Students, our plan is clear.
That way.
This thing has lured us to its nest. Our only choice now is to get past it and seal off the cavern behind us. I believe that may be our only choice. Fall in! As much as I hate to leave this deposit, we could at least know where it lies. We need to get past this thing. Oh, we need to seal it in. This is an unknown foe, one of unknown strength and capabilities. This is its home turf. Not only that, but we are severely restricted in terms of what we can do to counter it. I dare say this should be a suitable training exercise. Are you ready, students?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Acteris, are you prepared?
I am, however, seem this lantern is dead.
Well,
seem to be becoming ineffective, yeah.
maybe something to do with the Aetherite in the air.
Right, the baiting?
It's flickering, it seems.
More the reason to make a hasty exit. Keep them with us for now. We may be able to relight them later on. What we need to do now is lure its attention. This is a large, echoing chamber. We need to issue a challenge. Let us bang shields, stomp our feet, and cry havoc. Rosewood, to arms!
Come on!
It will be done.
Come on, then!
Come over here!
Show yourself, damn it!
Back here, you damn fucking
Show
rat!
yourself!
Come and get us! Ah!
Bring it on.
There it is.
It comes.
To the right!
Right side.
To the right.
side.
Shields, cut off to the right.
Step forwards and peel off. Retreating tactics. Acteris and a small force, move ahead. Scout out a position to seal it off. Fall back in the direction we came from.
Hey, we're your new neighbors.
Come on. Make a slow retreat this way. Let's go.
Come now, slow retreat. Keep banging, keep throwing those threats.
Come on, you beast.
Make some noise. If any of you have any spells capable of making light or sound, now is the time.
Come on, you ugly, stupid walking block.
Fall back. Fall back. Make sure you're using your terrain to your advantage.
Go back, go back.
Keep moving, keep moving.
Where the shit is the exit? Lanterns, lead the way backwards, for God's sake.
This is the way I thought I saw them go, but this is where we came from.
That's where we're headed.
Shield, hold together. Come on, okay. Hold together.
Come on, Luca, find the exit now.
This way!
Move, move, up here.
Move back. Come on.
Up here, go.
Come on, Ceres.
Clear, go.
Up here.
Bright lights. We don't want to give it a clear line of attack towards us. Keep moving. This is far too open, far too open. Keep moving.
Keep it in draw distance.
Faster, back up, back up!
Around the corner, come on. We know where it is now. Keep running. Move, move. Full retreat. We have it where we want it. Move, move.
Run!
Lanterns, if I have to remind you one more time.
Jack, you need to be in front. Go. Jack, go. Front, now.
Jackson, if I have to remind you again, I will shoot you myself.
It's a...
You have it right there. Go to the back, we got it. Go to the front, we got it.
Luca, do you know the way back?
The light of the lantern we discarded.
Left side, come on.
This way.
Grab that.
Come on now, someone can pick this up.
Right here.
Excellent work, Ceres. Come on.
Come on.
Hopefully Acteris has that ritual prepared. With any luck, he headed back the way we came from. This way.
It's a...
At least I believe so. Getting twisted around in here.
To the left, everyone, come on. Follow the professor. I think you're right, sir. This is the elevator.
Yes.
Yeah, this is it.
Where on earth are they?
Steep hill.
How far back did they fall?
yourself out.
Come on, climb, boy. Come on. Let's go, comrade. Walking.
Wings carry me. Oh.
Alright, we have a ledge here. Head to the right, it's easy to jump up. The left for you, if you're facing that way.
Where's it gone? How far back did Arcturus go? I was expecting to see a lantern at least by now.
Come on.
They separated.
They didn't get lost, did they?
Luca. Your light.
And now we're separated within a cavern. There's no way they should be still missing them.
Maybe they took the left hand.
Oh, Luca. Not too far.
There's no choice. I'll have to scry for them. Sid.
I'll hit them up.
Alright.
On the radio.
Where are you, Terrace?
Captain Luca? Check in. Where are you?
Right here. He's...
You're right, Hal. If you need to turn that off,
So
I
the-
think we're good.
All the captains are here.
Save your man. Yeah.
Rats.
That means we need
Hal, you're no good. You're used to us, bro.
Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment.
What's the problem?
Give him a moment. Let him get
Turn this man on. Take this. Use this for light.
I had trusted the wizard one to be able to navigate his way back through the cave. Lanterns up ahead. This will be dire states indeed if we've missed them.
Are you able to make contact, sir?
No. Something about the crystals here are blocking my gaze. Shit. Well, there's no doubting it. These were the crystals they were hoping to avoid. These were the crystals we were hoping to protect. And yet they're nowhere to be found.
They're treating Tau.
God damn it. Arcturus is lost.
Tau's down. I don't believe he's injured, but something's going on.
Need it.
Well, there's no question about
They
it.
went the wrong way.
Arcturus is down. What is the matter with Taulani?
I'll be fine in just a
I
moment.
think he used too much of his mana. He just needs a little bit of
Climb, behind you!
Yes, he's getting.
God damn it.
Shit.
Well, this has become much more fucking complicated. Ugh.
You're good. You're good.
I can't use that spell around the students.
Put on!
Watch out, he's in there! Pull him out, come on!
Come on, Captain. Over to you. I got it.
Oh, God damn.
Come on.
Yeah. It appears whoever was guiding Arcturus has lost our way. We have no choice. We can't leave him
Did you have earrings?
hanging around there in the darkness by himself. We're going to have to head back towards the beast. God damn it. Check over for that slime. Is it caustic? Are you hurt?
I don't know.
Oh, it's... Hey there.
I think if I
You can breathe it in.
Well, you heard him. Follow on.
I can't afford to do that.
There we go.
Arcturus, we've been expecting you.
Yes. Followed the wrong wall.
Hurry up, Alvin.
Went straight to a dead end behind it.
So I hear.
So I had to improvise. Use myself as a distraction.
I see something down there.
Well,
Spider.
this is definitely where they're headed from. What do you think?
5, 6, 7, 8.
Spiders are approaching.
We need to seal off this payload.
I already sealed it off within the... I already sealed it off.
You have? Excellent work.
Yes. I'd use myself a distraction and throw a lantern at it. Seems a little distracted.
So it's contained within the caves at present.
Yes, it is currently contained with the room of Aether. Now then, being a grant, I can't guarantee it won't dig out at some point.
It does it for now.
Sealed for now.
Focus on your breathing.
In that case, we must investigate the rest of these caverns to see if we can find the source of the slimes and head further in. Let's get a situation report. Who is injured?
I'm not
Now that you mention it,
but I'll be fine. The front's currently.
You were fully swallowed.
I think it burned me somehow, a little bit. And I took a bite earlier, but the armor's pretty much taken care of most of it.
I'm glad to hear it.
I thought it wasn't any help.
It's fine.
We should head back round to the path where it initially split. There might be a way back up to the alternative package via that route. Passage.
So, you alright?
Well, it appears that people are being treated to make sure all exits are being covered. Do not watch those under light. People are being treated, gathered together under one lantern. Other lanterns should be being used, guarding our flanks. Get the injured together.
Jackson, close the lights. Oh, get behind me. What'd you say?
Soulless. I'll be fine. Use both your hands, don't you? One for magic, one for soul.
The light a little. The path over here is just dead end.
Let's take a quick look.
It's a path. Okay, get back on the rock.
Alright, we're moving forward.
Light as much as you can.
Is everybody suitably seen to? Triage has been completed.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Very good then. In that case, let us quickly explore this adit. Lanterns forward. We must make sure this area is secure. Blessed be.
So I think this is
This is the loop that we were in with.
Looks like it's just an antechamber. Some good news, at least. Looks like this area is clear. In that case, we head back to secure the other route. We know this thing appears to have been walking in a circle, and we need to make sure that we're covering all exits. Lanterns forwards, come on. Well, that thing was enormously promising.
It had some very nice teeth, I will say.
We need to stay right behind them.
Are you
Go back to the original deposit.
It was something.
Yes.
This is the way back down.
If nothing else, I want to make sure that we're clear to dig this thing out in the coming days. Months even, given the quantity of it.
Well, we're not going to be able to clear it out if we don't kill that thing.
Yes, but at least we have it contained, hopefully, for now. I'm loath to leave it to its...
Just dig its way out?
Very possibly.
I will say it did not look like a rat man up close.
It did not.
Looked almost like a fish.
Lights up.
Clearly, though, the way it moved didn't seem overly interested in chasing us.
Mage's front.
I wonder what that means.
Where?
Get ahead.
To the left.
I see.
Mages.
Dang it, my arm.
Luca?
Luca?
Nope, hold on, I've got this.
Firebolts! Firebolts! Firebolts!
Oh, let's do it.
Firebolts!
Be gone with you! And leave me to my stones.
Firebolts! It's gone.
So it is. This is where the path diverged. Not getting back up there, that surface. Let's head around this way.
Right.
Come now, we haven't finished surveying yet.
Like the drill.
I'm rather enjoying this new suite of aggression. It appears that there's some chamber up to the left.
Have we investigated it before?
I don't believe we have. Let's take a look. This could well be our way out of here, given our locale.
Yes, sir. I'm right behind you, Luca.
Understood. To the right.
Ledge.
So it is.
Heading up, so that's a good sign.
That it is.
Winds carry me.
Watch for above.
Yet. Is that another slope headed upwards?
Seems to be so.
Promising indeed.
Check it out.
Wait. I remember this place, Professor. This was the tunnel you sent Ventus and Umbra to scout out.
Excellent.
A while back.
Then we've found our path of egress.
He's invisible to me.
Taulani, can you confirm? Does this look familiar to you at all?
Come here, Tal. Remember?
There's still
Crystal there, brought there.
There he is. Okay.
Yes, so we went this area before. This way leads up to the loop in our original area, so back towards that wall. This area, this direction, was unexplored.
Well, in that case, we have our heading. We've confirmed that is our exit route. Let's head back this way. There's still yet more of this place to survey.
Sir.
These caverns are expansive. I wonder how many more there are.
They seem wider than any report I read about.
I guess.
Too many.
Captain Tao?
That's what
The
Look
fake
over your left.
Thanks.
I know.
I believe I see light.
You do?
This is the way out, right?
From the exit route.
We're moving forward.
No.
This is undiscovered.
We're moving into undiscovered territory.
I think there's Aetherite.
Oh, rancid slimes. Where are they? Moving through the ghost.
Alright. Apparently.
Luca, whatever you're doing, I hope it doesn't... Well... Careful, Oriana.
Someone grab and pull him back.
Careful! He has no control over that! You'll shock yourselves! Move away from him!
You're hurting yourself! If I get swallowed, it'll burn from the inside.
I figured.
Move back from him. Luca seems to have this one covered. Everyone else forwards. We have more yet to explore.
Careful of the drop.
Yes.
I'll just sit down. Or use the edge over there.
Tired.
Just a path.
Rancid state of things. Is this fleeting? I'm all right for now. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Lights. Move up.
Come.
Lanterns.
There's much more to be seen, it would seem.
Thank you.
We need to make sure that thing is secured. crystals. Where are those lanterns?
Bite that bandage.
Above you, sir.
Very good. Would that they were in front of me. Can't see far like this.
Understood.
Here's a drop off.
Watch it. I might still have some more rope.
Hit the red crystal up there.
Wait, maybe there's a way down this way.
You just used
We send scouts?
It's definitely shorter, but still a little bit.
Arcturus.
I wouldn't advise it.
Based on what you've seen, another sealed tunnel in this direction would surely have us covered, would it not?
Soulless mind shields, be careful.
Which direction? That way? I don't want to block our phone.
Your left, your left.
You're right.
Yes, I can block that way. However, I don't know if that's the way we're currently exploring.
Well, we have to go down and take a look.
Hold this for a second.
Ranged.
Thank you.
Hold a position on these mountains. This rise. The rest of us will head down there and survey the exits. We need one lantern at least to follow us. I'm going to need to do something before I get out of here.
Not everyone is coming down. Range was supposed to go.
I'm not ranged.
Stay with the group.
Lanterns forwards. We have our backs to our wall.
My legs are gonna hurt in the morning real bad.
Sounds good.
More cause to train them.
Are you guys okay, by the way? Did it shock you too bad?
That's fine. It wasn't a tickle, but I'm not hurt.
Lantern.
Lanterns, for God's sake.
Sorry, sir.
There'll be time for remorse after the battle.
Some rock formations.
Indeed. That crystal looks familiar. As do all of
We've been
this.
this way before.
We have. But this loops round to our exit. Rosewood, those formations look deeply familiar. Fall back. I fear we found ourselves in yet another loop. Up you come. There's one other direction left to explore, it would seem. Good to see that some of you have been at least training your athleticism somewhat.
I'll take that help down.
Looks like they're dealing with spiders back at the forum camp.
So it does. If you're up here, head to support the others. It appears they're being attacked by spiders on the rear. Those of you without a lantern,
Yeah.
If I may say, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't remember what that. Did you say something, Taolani? I heard it not.
Trying to make sure we have everyone.
Yes.
Listen up to the lights.
Oriana, do me a great favor. Take that lantern off Luca.
Luca.
What's wrong, sir?
The amount of times I have seen you run off or run behind or whatever else it is you're prattling on about.
Well, what do you want from me? Do you want me to keep going forward or stay behind or what?
It would be good if you were doing at least what I was asking once. We have one other antechamber to look into. Come, Oriana. We step forwards.
Right. Ow. Okay. Got the message. Ow. I shouldn't let that. Noted.
There's a turn here to the right.
So it is.
Bit of a drop.
Oh God, another large one.
It's walkable. Aetherite.
Aetherite.
And that's a drop.
Weird humming
Over
again.
here, and you can just.
So there is. What is there?
Watch from above.
I can't see the ceiling here.
I can't see the ceiling. Anything up there, be ready.
There's a light in the distance.
What is that ahead? Is that more Aetherite?
Must be.
You know, it's gigantic. Have you been this way?
No. This is new.
It's the rock.
It's the beast's lair once more. There it is. Can it get to us?
If you can jump very high, sir, it wouldn't be possible.
One of our lanterns, abandoned from before.
Yes, sir.
Well, at least the thing has retreated for now. We should head back and ask Arcturus to seal one of these passages. I keep making that mistake. I'm tired. Let's fall back. Get him to seal this passage off and head topside. We will need to come up with a plan to deal with this thing later. My word, it's warm down here. Strangely so.
Stay close to the light.
Have we gone this way, sir?
We at least know where the beast is. And with that knowledge, we could seal it off.
They're over there.
For good this time. Win. Professor Arcturus,
Everyone.
there is an antechamber which leads round into the beast's lair over yonder and to the right.
You guys off the
If
clock.
we were to seal that off, we will have well and truly finished the job.
Huh?
Very good.
Over there now. Do you want to move everyone or just a few?
Need any help?
Someone
I don't know what you need for such matters.
Lonnie, he's got a bum on.
Mostly just to make sure nothing attacks me.
I'll cut you.
Then I shall cover you
Spider
myself.
surprised me and took it back.
Any others who wish to cover Arcturus whilst he seals the passage? Good Lord. Please follow forwards. But I'm afraid your climb has been somewhat in vain. Let us make our way down once more. It's good exercise, students. Very good exercise indeed.
Make sure the lantern stays up there.
Down there, where the Aetherite still glows. Are you able to seal it?
And it's red.
Very good then.
I can hold this way.
In that case, students, observe a master at work.
Got it.
I hope it's not nearby and watch this.
My God. It appears that the knack has not left you, dear Professor.
A larger stone than previous.
Well, I dare say that'll take a while for the bastard to dig his way through.
He wishes to go the other way. Really slightly faster, but...
I believe that should be all for now. We have secured the beast. And more importantly, a more than ample share of Aetherite. Let us head our way out of here. I'm sure you will not regret it, Professor. I dare say with a slab that size, it'll take some time for even those talons to dig its way through. Though there is no doubt we will need to deal with it in due course. With that, then, I need not be concerned with mana for much longer. That should do. That's it then. Gather what crystals we can as samples. We're heading back topside. For now, these caverns at least appear secure. What is it?
Would it be alright for us to stop by that mother lode? I wanted to get a sample there so we could test the purity of it.
Certainly.
Could give us an idea if there's a rift nearby as well.
I believe there is little to doubt on that front, Val, but by all means, we shall have ample time to investigate.
We might be able to approximate a location at least. Save us some trouble.
Seems like a bit of a course.
We can but hope.
What happened to our lanterns? What do we only have two now?
Take the rear.
Maybe left them behind to distract the creature.
And there was another one that was left within the cavern. I'm sure it can keep its company. Very well then. We shall head back to the exit first to make sure the outway is clear. Then, I believe, we have some mining to do in hand-wavium downtime. This was the way, yes. I dare say we'll need to get someone to chart these places out.
I remember seeing these mushrooms, so I think we're on the right track.
Yes, and the rat holes again.
Yes.
A good sign. God knows what finds its home there now. Yes, smaller tunnels. Suitable for ratmen.
More mushrooms.
Though I am loath to leave that deposit in that beast's grasp over long. I need to find the source of that incessant sound.
This is the way to the surface.
We never went this way, sir.
That's true.
We should have a short look then. Let's see.
Yes, sir.
Okay, everyone will break.
You're right. Look lively.
Bit exhausted, sir.
Yes.
Used up most of my mana.
I dare say many of us are running rather low at this stage. Where is that accursed sound coming from?
Steep Luca, don't stray off too much. Keep with the group.
Fine.
Specifically, keep behind me.
It's all right. I'm sure he's capable of darting back should the need arise.
We need the lantern in the front. So
There's also a way.
I was simply looking.
Slime.
Where?
Slime this way. Slime.
In front, right here.
Just one.
I have no more magic.
Slime on the right path.
Always good times.
Fire.
Very well then.
Fire.
Do not overburden yourself.
Take your time to aim.
The rest of us are
You all
more
want
than
to that?
capable of dealing with this.
Don't take too much time. Luca!
Use.
I swear he enjoys it. Be careful, don't slice into it while he's there. Keep away from him. Damn it. Must he shout it every time? Yeah. Careful! You're very too close to the Aetherite deposit!
Have you killed those
Luca,
trophies?
pull back! Cancel this incessant...
Away from the Aetherite.
Away from... That is the second time I've seen you perform that reckless maneuver. That's it. We're running too low. Fall back. Whatever lies in this direction must be a mystery for another time. We're headed to the surface. You could have doomed us all, you fucking idiot.
Nothing up.
Go in front of him.
Too close.
Professor Nella, Oriana said slither two of Aetherite. The purple. From down here.
We will rearm, reposition, and then we shall find time to dig where necessary. For the moment, we need to take stock of ourselves, heal up. Most importantly, gain some mana.
Who needs healing?
Who needs healing? Fine.
This is not a place for healing. We're near to the surface.
What?
Wait, the others are getting left behind. What will we do to the jump?
Hold for a minute.
There's bone here too. Maybe the spider nest. Oriana.
Doesn't
stuck.
matter.
Yes, it has magic rock
Get
on its
out.
back.
Get out.
It's
Jump.
fine.
I
I'll
cannot
pull her
get
out
out.
as we go. Everyone keep moving.
Okay.
Keep moving.
Pull her out.
Well, here we are. Back with the man-made masonry,
Nice
at
for a
least.
freeze.
It is. I dare say I long for the cool of the surface.
Agreed.
Come now.
Watch your step.
Think I can hear the wind. Yes, this is it. Very good. We take stock here, use some of the supplies we brought from the surface. Rearm and then recover what Aetherite we can. We will need to guard a few missions down here to make sure we recover it before the beast breaks through those stones. Thanks to the good Acteris here, I believe it will not be soon before that thing breaks through, but when it does, we will need a plan to counter it. Everybody take a breather. Rest up. Take potions if you need them. And respawn.
You ever just reset a fractured
In your own time.
arm before?
Whew, it's warm. Hey man, how's it going?
Fucking, I'm tired. My feet hurt, my legs hurt, but it was awesome. It was so much fun. One thing, like in the very entrance, just now I fell through the floor.
Oh really?
I didn't respawn. I just fell through the floor.
Okay, well.
Sorry.
Oh no! Run away!
No!
Yeah, but like, where were you?
I couldn't.
Yo, great. That was a great map. Understandable. I see.
Yeah, I was warned about it, and I but then there just came so many. It was like.
That was the spiders.
I was like shaking so much.
Was this the spiders by chance, or? Oh, well, yes.
I love the cubes.
The cube's awesome.
Thank you so much, NPCs, for all your hard work. And,
Cheers, NPCs!
Leo made this map. He made it all the way back in season 1. He edited it for season 2. It looks absolutely incredible, so you have him to thank for this expedition.
I'm having a drink. It's so
Good job,
fucking
everyone.
warm.
Hell yeah, brother.
I'm sorry.
I'm so glad
I'm going to head to the main map. Please request off of me, and I will get you back in there. Once you load in, kind of wait at spawn.
You wanted to fight that thing so bad.
What thing?
The big thing.
Oh yeah, no, that thing, yeah, absolutely. Like, let's corner it. Fucking, no. Yeah, I didn't know how
There
to
will
fight
be
it.
a
I was sort
time.
of bashing
I'm
it.
sure.
Not doing anything.
I wanted to shoot it, but I didn't want to make it angry and fucking rush us. Would it have done that?
Yes, most likely.
Dude, I swear, we must have been right at the cusp of whatever that fucking thing was. I want to know. I have to know.
Well, I guess you'll find out some other time.
Next episode.
We had to concede the motherlode. I wanted the motherlode, like the big one where the fucking monster was. If we'd have taken its lair, that would have been perfect. But holy shit, it was too hectic. It was hectic. We got two of them though, which was super cool. We got two of the deposits.
That was crazy.
The one at the front and then the one further in.
Take it.
Jack was
Acteris,
really
like,
good.
closing the wall looks so good.
That was so fucking cool. That looks so fucking cool. You just fucking burn it up and raising the rocks.
Every time I saw a wall, I was like, a point. Wait, we have another way out. This is like a straight line.
At one point, we were super worried about your guys' plan, and we thought you guys were gonna lock yourself in that final Aetherite room.
Did you see it?
We're like, what? Yeah.
I was so worried. I was so worried when fucking Acteris went missing, and I'm like, oh fuck, he's locked us in.
So I went the way I thought.
was to the side. I didn't go left enough, so I hit a sheer cliff, and I was like, ah, shit. Did we drop down here? Went to the right. I was like, ah, shit. All right,
my God.
Give me the lantern. When I say go, sprint.
Look at these little fetus arms. Those are fucking disgusting. Oh my god. Yeah, it's got the anglerfish dangle. It's awesome. You just thanks so much for putting this together in such a short space of time, Cacti. It's awesome.
No, it was Cacti. It was not me, Cacti.
That's right. Oh, you're not Cacti. Sorry. I couldn't. You hadn't spoken much. I couldn't hear the voice. Shit. Cacti's over there somewhere. Thanks for drumming up the monster so quickly, Cacti.
Yo, somebody.
Cheers, it was awesome. Was it your birthday? He didn't see what's going on here.
I was so glad that no one was with me for that first one I closed, because the buttons were so high, I had to be like, I'm gonna turn off the light so much doesn't see me.
I couldn't test this so much, it was really a weekend thing.
Oh my god. No, that was fine. I just had to jump up, hit the button, land. I don't want you to see me jumping like a maniac trying to hit this button.
Oh shit. Oh well. Just artfully sort of like levitate while you're casting a spell, you know, just sort of elucidate into the air somewhat, you know, it'll be fine. But yeah. Where's my fucking foot gone?
Like, this is gonna be a big rock. I should probably make sure to like.
I did tell you to give him some space, but it was like. We are, yeah. We just got a request off Taylor, as she said.
I saw that first slime. Oh my god. Hit the safe now. It's
gonna
be one of those missions, huh?
However, she hasn't headed there yet.
Request off Taylor.
No, neither can I. My god.
Request off of Kashi. He's the DM for the day.
Okay, let's go talk to
I
Kat.
don't have him added. What's his name in VR chat?
Kashi Cash.
Kashi Kash. With K's?
Yes, and 2 eyes.
Your model is very cool, bro.
Got it.
Last time we're like hyper realistic, and like some people actually couldn't go on the mission because of the arachnophobia.
I mean, hey, once Leo gets in, he can just accept invites to, or literally any of us.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can't stop me.
Yo, CQ,
I have
sorry
invites.
for knocking you off the cliff, or the rock you were standing on.
I was waiting for you with the pickaxe, so I...
Yeah.
You're like, oh no.
What is wrong with your fucking username? I need to go somewhere. As soon as we go into the fucking map, we're looking at the board and seeing what the fuck is wrong with it, because there is no reason it shouldn't be working. There must be something weird about it. Oh my god, it's warm. You enjoy that? It's a bit different for me, as I've been there before. We do not speak of churros. Churros is a cursed and terrible thing. Ah. Well, we got 2 of the Aetherite, thanks. Which is good, at least. Fuck yeah, man. Holy shit, we were there for a while. It's nighttime here. Fuck.
Yeah, I just looked at my recording and I was like, oh shit,
said it
we were here for
nighttime
almost 3 hours.
Oh, okay.
We're just early night.
I see. Where are you, Squiddy? I will know what's wrong with your name.
No, I am afraid that you might be right.
What?
The Fae are doing strange shit. It's nighttime already.
I know. Nobody believed me. They should have believed me. What the fuck? How did you go turn shadows off quickly?
I wasn't.
Ah.
I wasn't concerned at first.
You're shouting.
But now they've taken over the moon.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No worries. Ah. They must have had an incredibly performant session so far. Oh, everything looks so good with the fucking bloom and, like, color correction. I'm still not over this. Yeah. Uh-huh.
The spider fucking got me in the back of my calf.
One of them fucking
I was like,
bit me
"There's
on
a
the leg
spider
as well.
behind
I'm
you."
like, fuck.
Yeah. I turn, I see it like at the ledge. I was like, all right, there's a spider at the ledge. Get ready for it. And all of a sudden, I just see this.
I'm listening. I'm listening. Cool, cool, cool.
I didn't expect a spider to suddenly launch itself 5 feet.
Oh, man.
5 feet just.
Yeah, man. Spiders, man, they fucking jump.
Yeah, the spiders got me in the legs twice. It sure hurts, yes.
Uh-huh.
We have legs.
I want you to remember metal magic's a thing.
Mm.
I know.
Did you like the glowy aetherite? They got bright when you got close to them. I was super pleased with those.
Dude, fuck yeah.
That was cool as hell.
They're all networked
Actually,
and everything. I'm
nice
super
early
happy.
warning system.
They kind of are, yeah. Well, I didn't want it to be as dark as it was last time people were down here. People had like bigger lanterns and other things to indicate where stuff was. So it was pretty cool.
You're a nerd.
I
am, thank you.
all things considered, that went well.
That laser looked sick. Whatever the fuck that was.
Oh yeah, it did.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
It was pretty choice. I liked it.
Flames.
Over in this map with all the lighting and stuff that was happening,
Oh,
it just
shit.
looks like a white column that's flying towards people. So
Yeah.
it looked a lot better on that map.
Yeah, it's a little bit less bloom over there, so you might take that across. I don't know, it depends on what the emission's set to.
okay.
So I just need to talk to Zuku. Because at the end of the day, whenever you put bloom on a map, someone's gonna have it wrong. There's nothing you can do about it. It is what it is.
I can skip the twice fuck yeah, dude. Cannon, she'll never know.
She will know. You can't exactly build it outside of.
I mean,
Right, is Squid in the map here?
It's the facilities.
No, it's like sort of online
God fucking damn it.
Someone outside stab you in
I
the
need
gut.
to see, how is he using it?
Maximizing immersion.
Oh wait, is that him? There you are. How is your name written on this board? What the fuck? Are you sure you don't have like some crazy special characters or something? Oh my god, he's dead. Are you sure you don't have some crazy special characters or something? Oh my, don't know what's going on here. He's having a moment. An episode. He's seeing things no man was meant to see.
Gamers.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck... I'm trying to figure out why his menu isn't working. It confuses the shit out of me. He must have some special character or something in there. Which is what this is for, incidentally. It is for me.
I see.
How did you enjoy the fruits of your labor, Lee?
Oh, it's good fun, yeah. So it's gonna be a bit weird when you've made something. But, yeah, it was good fun.
Alright, in order to get you guys back in character as soon as possible, please follow me.
We're bugging out!
No, I'm matching today.
If you see the word Rosewood, you should
Invisible or
see
something?
a white cube at the very bottom. Click the white cube. It's gonna spawn you in the...
Where are you, spirit?
Where the fuck is this?
Don't worry, you can't see over it. We have to.
So this is the area we need to burn down.
Yes.
how do I get out? Oh god. Okay, it's this way, this way.
This way.
Oh,
Right here.
I see it.
Freedom.
MTV Cribs.
Oh man, I should really slow down.
If you head back this way is where people live. I don't know how far into the forest you guys went, so if you want to go to where you left and get back in character,
This works.
you're welcome to do that.
We'll just go from here. Cool. We got everyone?
Okay, bye, God.
We're missing Mashi, Evapap, Angeal, Jackson. Wow, we're missing a lot of
Understood. They died. We're moving forward.
Casualties of war.
Casualties.
Anyway,
They tripped on a bug out here and died.
I got a promotion.
I'm sure they'll catch up.
I now have 2 shields.
They were lagging behind for some reason, even though they've got some sort of dalliance going.
Ron died, but upside, I have 2 shields now.
Oh, I got these 2 shields. Probably
No, I'm
put a
Captain.
camera on both of them. Fuck it, dude. I'm captain now.
let's go.
I killed him with my bare hands.
I'm glad you're so happy about the
Jackson.
death of your friend, Gelub. The barbarity of orcs never fails to impress.
It happens.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. They're just lagging behind a bit.
Well, at least we'll be able to secure ourselves a half-decent haul. We're gonna have to maybe see if we can get a teleporter or some such set up close to the entrance there.
But
One moment. So, we've been thinking about it long enough. Anyone got a good plan for taking out that beast?
We could attempt to shoot magic at it. I feel.
Spears, sir.
And set it off?
Apparently everybody.
Well, if we lower it out of the cavern,
I mean, natural fire just encounters
will that be
magic, right?
destructive?
A controlled explosion is potentially one thing.
Hold it, trap it in. That's all we need. We don't need anything else.
Would that were the case.
Poison would be good, I believe.
Poison might not be a bad option.
Not really.
Acid.
Acid, another good one. Certainly, it would definitely behoove us to weaken it somewhat.
Do we have acid on hand?
I'm sure Bombadil could oblige. Well,
I was living in a cave with those things, and those things seem to like to eat their stuff.
that's true.
It hasn't stopped them.
You could see shadows.
Local raises a good point. It's very possible it was feeding on them.
I mean, it is also magical in nature. Perhaps it was a direct weakness to those things.
Perhaps that skeleton
At
was
least
bigger
with that
version
much
of it.
aetherite inside
Which means
of
if
it.
we don't kill it, it could get that large, potentially.
Well, we can't let it get free and regain the upper hand. We also can't rule out that there's more of them somewhere.
Indeed.
I do wonder if it would be able to set up a siege ballista of some sort within that cavern. Put it up on that edge. All returned safe and sound for a few cuts and bruises.
See? We didn't die. Told you it wouldn't happen.
Sir may be dismissed to go to medical.
Of course, yes. See if you can deposit your, anything you're carrying outside of the halls, and we'll make sure some of the Madari come clean it up.
Yes, sir.
Anyone who needs to make their way to medical, please do so forthwith. There will be ample time to reacquaint yourself with your colleagues later on. Let's prioritize our health for the time being.
I'm really exhausted.
He said you can go to medical.
You don't
Oh,
need any
I'm not
medical
injured.
attention or anything.
Hectorus, you had to do quite a large amount of heavy lifting back there. I trust you don't need to go see the medical yourself.
Emma, are you injured?
May have someone check, just in case this spun about to the back of my leg, but...
Yes.
Or anything.
Everyone should be largely fine.
Oh, you have no headache?
Nothing seems to have spread here over the course of the day.
Oh, the adrenaline's pressing out. I'll explain on the way to the medical ward.
Oh, food's great. You want me to take your shield?
Yeah. Don't look that way. It's very bad. I'm having a headache.
I can. Thing is heavy. Holy hell.
What has been going on about the grounds, then, in our absence?
I'll get it to the dorms. You need an extra hand? I'll be okay. I'll catch up to you all.
Nothing,
I don't know where
then.
everyone's going. I assume.
The medical, I believe, primarily.
Yeah, I'll check in there to help out.
I'm going to the dorms.
Well. I dare say we have an abundance of resource on our hands. But what to do with it?
I did have plans to implement a device into a shield that way. Well, my left would be a little better than normal.
Indeed. But I am thinking more of fortifications than personal empowerments. That quantity of Aetherite is simply absurd. Whilst we found only small hints of magics, I do not doubt what they pretend. Do you think, either of you, or Arcturus indeed, that this Kier is indeed capable of holding back the powers of the Abyss? Certainly she has made short work of the blight upon our grounds.
We'll just see if the two of them have an answer first.
Assuming with how quick she took care of everything, I would most likely estimate her spellcasting range to be either 4th or 5th. Correct me if I'm wrong. Such power would indeed possibly help, but even the primes do not know what to do with rifts, then who knows?
Well, perhaps not. That is still to be decided given recent revelations. What of yourself?
Similar to Val. Would she be able to affect something as almost
Yes. You confuse me, Philia. Tell me, how is it that someone such as yourself has the temerity to step themselves forward on such a significant mission so early on? One puts one's forward to learn magic, gains the courage, even, to attend an institution such as this, yet struggles so heavily with a simple conversation.
Sorry, I've never really been good at it.
That much I can believe. Well, it looks like your savior soon approaches. Mordred,
Greetings, everyone.
what news from about the... What have you got in your hand?
A drink.
A drink of...
Juice?
I see. There's no chance at all that yourself, Bellicosa, and Bombadil have been enjoying run of the grounds of the day? I'm not going to find anyone waddling about too much, am I?
Waddling? I don't think so.
Staggering.
There was some...
Falling.
Oh,
Drunk.
hopefully not. I don't think they drunk too much.
Too much?
Yes.
Well, I'm glad that we left the, school grounds in such stalwart defenders' hands. I don't suppose you've seen Octavian
Yes,
about.
there was Actually, no, I haven't seen him at all, really.
Interesting.
Ah, and here comes the Chancellor.
I do hope this is not all that returned.
Certainly not. The rest of them have minor cuts and bruises to see to in medical, reacquainting themselves with their teams, or, well, more besides. There's a beast down there. An experiment of sorts. Crystals lodged in its head, and they did not get there by accident. The thing is empowered, and whilst the good professor Ecteris was...
I must go.
That you must. What on earth has transpired in such short a span of time?
Most likely, there are too many injuries and not enough medics. Or someone decided to do something stupid.
I'm
betting on the latter.
Myself as well. Let's make our way downwards and see what we can find. On to different matters, then. On to different matters, then. With such resources at our disposal, I am eager, given the nature of the threats we have faced recently, and indeed may soon face, to reinforce the grounds. The presence of abyssal activity beneath the soil cannot be ignored with such large Aetherite deposits. Nor, too, can we ignore the presence of a potentially devastating occultic caster at our gates. That aside, we have to concern ourselves with the fact that a large portion of ASICS now suspects that we are a Kakari plot of some description, and we are being attacked from the land, from beneath us, and soon by sea. I do hope that nobody goes about pissing off any clouds in the short-term future. Or birds, for that matter. We need designs, we need developments, and we need something more suitable than a single alarm barrier to protect ourselves. Any ideas?
We do have a lot of siege equipment around.
That we do.
there's a way to automate it. So
Interesting.
when it is certain area is triggered,
Or even simple enough for Minari to use it. Minari can load a ballista or a cannon.
Just do be careful before we implement this. I would hate for a investor to show up and immediately be hit with 3 ballista bolts.
I'm sure
Make a non-lethal version.
experimentation will be necessary. An ample chance for students to prove themselves, of course. Tell Karas.
Good to see you back, professors.
How fares Lumen this day?
Lumen fares well. Outside of a small scuffle with the boar by Cecilia, there have been no injuries and the team has been performing admirably.
Are your seers present?
Other than that,
Or are they still making
They are
themselves
not, I'm
decidedly scarce?
they are being scarce currently, yes.
I see. Simply asleep or unaccounted for?
Asleep.
Indeed. Well, that concerns me somewhat. Have any of them been reporting anything of recent? Anything unusual beyond the norm? Or perhaps being more private than usual, which I have taken to be just as bad a sign.
Well, they have been slightly more private, and if I must admit, I have heard from Rowan that Anura had very recently been having trouble sleeping. If that is tied to, perhaps a predicament you may have considered, then...
There are certainly predicaments to be considered. Has anyone reported hearing anything today?
No. Wait. Hearing anything as in...
Not as in... Yes, of course, as in the fucking birds. Anything out of the normal. Whispering, to be specific.
There was whispering. Sorry, just to break character for a moment, there was a particular thing that was apparently out of character to do with Realm's audio going across the entire academy campus and the whispering sound.
Excellent news. In that case, we will hunt Realm at once. Lead us to him and we shall put an end to this wretched birdman.
Right.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I was just going to inform my teammate of our team's whereabouts, if that's all right.
Of course, yes. Very prudent of you.
And we'll just be in Aqua dorms once you've finished your meeting.
There was no meeting of sorts. We were discussing happy things, such as mines and automated siege equipment.
The seers recently have been dealing with
Yes.
vision
Sorry,
things.
it seemed serious.
Most likely related to
It's extremely serious.
a few.
It is perhaps one of the most serious undertakings we have ever made.
If they continue afterwards, however,
What would you do further to protect our grounds? Lafram, I'm most curious to hear your input.
Thank you, Professor.
Me,
Professor,
well,
if I may as well, one of my teammates, Rowan, has been
I
desiring
couldn't
to
say
speak
off the
with
top
you
of
when
my
you
head.
return.
If I could think upon it, maybe I would provide
I'm
something.
here now.
But
Very good.
I
Well,
feel
that would be most good.
training and preparing ourselves for combat is the best that we're doing.
Certainly, certainly, but there's
things that we can
always
defend
more,
ourselves
and we have so many assailants at present. How is the good Professor Bombadil?
Fine, it seems. He's had plenty of ale. He enjoyed watching the students hunt boar.
Ah. Does anyone else detect how a couple of drinks turned into plenty of ale? Curious, Mordred. Very curious indeed. Well, I dare say that the mission went well. Though we encountered a beast. A augmented one, more specifically. It appears to be one of, well, I suspect, forebear's experiments. An empowered creature with Aetherite lodged into its very form. We couldn't deal with it because, well, an errant bit of magic, and it would have blown up the entire cavern. Indeed, we nearly came close to that due to one Luca, Nasir, I believe his surname is, decided that it would be all wise to, given the nature of his unsteady lightning practice, create a lightning orb, envelop himself within a slime, not 4 feet away from a deposit. It's not like he didn't know the things were there. They glow, for God's sake.
Captain Jackson.
I shall have a word with him.
Yes.
Perhaps he didn't know what Aetherite looked like in its natural form.
By that stage, I doubt that very much. We had seen many points of Aetherite at that stage and pointed to all of them. I dare say the boy just fancied himself, well, some form of heroics. Perhaps he enjoyed being engrossed in the slime. I couldn't honestly tell you. Either way, the recklessness could have been the doom of us all.
Truthfully, I wouldn't be surprised if that bell or the alarm, now that I think of it, is for Luca. He did decide to submerge himself.
Lefron and Tal.
Yes, he did decide to submerge himself in some sort of slime on multiple occasions.
Yes.
Sometimes
Not just the one.
Correct, yes, but only one of them right next to an Aetherite deposit in a cavern which contained us all. You must have been training him awfully well for him to be so confident in his casting abilities. Does he backlash no longer, casting basic spells?
No, we have made leaps there, but it seems he's gotten too confident in his ability.
Certainly, it would appear so.
Myself and a few others were beginning to fire ranged attacks towards the slime. All of a sudden we see him run forward, blocking our line of sight, use his spell to cover himself in electricity, and essentially dive right in.
I shall recommend his removal from the next mission until he cools himself down. And if he doesn't show any signs of improving, then...
I think I know what's happened. I shall. It seems.
Well, I do hope that you're able to see to it. Other than that, though, people seem to do rather well, all things considered. It was a sterling success. What was the nature of this medical emergency, pray tell?
Some hairline fractures, lots of acid burns.
Ooh, who was the acid burn?
Luca, actually. He said he had been engulfed by some kind of slime.
Ah, yes, not quite correct. I believe he was engulfed once, and then after being engulfed once, he decided that he would do it 2 further more times. Both of the time firing off electricity, harming people close by to him, and the second time doing so within 4 feet of a large Aetherite deposit. It appears that the young lion is getting somewhat hot-blooded, and indeed nearly ended our whole escapade in disaster. I don't know if he has developed some sort of kinship with slime, or if he just enjoys it for whatever perverse reasons that Zvirakar deal with on their day-to-day basis. But it is,
He is planning to show off.
Yes, that as well. Either way, I've almost...
And what of these Aetherite lizard people I've heard of?
Yes, well, I could reveal as much to you now that within our readings into the notes of the Linnets, we found many mentions of, well, transhumanism. The man was clearly a genius, and in fact many of his notes formed the basis of, I believe, the potion that Bombadil has completed within his own time. I believe that, much like the Rat King before, this was another one of his experiments. Doubtless to say, it gave us a little bit of an imposition. Not only was the thing surrounded with Aetherite, but also, not knowing its capabilities, we were unable to dispatch it. It's, sealed away for a time. Though, if the thing is indeed in power, it shall only be a matter of time before it claws its way loose again. Yes. Well, it's sealed for now, and I dare say we're a damn sight richer for Aetherite for it. Broadly speaking, the students acted commendably.
Good. Glad to hear that at least. Did you bring much Aetherite back up? Or are you
We brought with it what we could. We sped back down after a short reprieve to retain as much Aetherite that'll keep us going for the time. But I dare say it might be worth getting the Muscle Division and other members down there to extract it further. It may take us weeks, if not months, to run the deposit dry. Though that being said, the quantity discovered was deeply concerning. There is no chance that that formed purely because of surface-level decay. It runs deep. And there is also a strange sound down there that we couldn't quite place. I don't know what to make of that.
Oh, yes.
Lucas said
Humming,
as
I
much.
heard someone mention that.
Yes, a humming.
Yes. I don't know what it means. Even so, I wouldn't think we should go any further down into that cavern without doing something first about the monster at our backs. And even then, with the EAC and indeed ASICs believing that we are some sort of Kakare plot, and the presence of, well, whatever the fuck here is at our gates, we have little time to indulge in such expeditions. We must be very wary. We were just discussing, I believe, fortifications further for the school grounds.
Fortifications might be wise, honestly. And actually, Mr. Neller, I know you in particular are a man who is defense-minded.
That I am.
That is why you are even here. Several of the students have been speaking about changing their gambeson trousers for skirts. What are your thoughts on this?
Skirts have been used in combative measures for thousands of years. They allow fantastic airflow and indeed can actually provide better protection to the groin area from upward strikes, as a result of a greater water fabric. It is not uncommon to be used in tribal clothing, and the benefit of airflow is, well, remarkable for the savages of Droza, etc. In cooler climates, however, typically, well, particularly climates with longer foliage and the like, they can cause a problem, snagging on various plants, etc., as well as being difficult to wade in, let alone swim. Dare I ask who was inquiring?
Kiki, actually. She was complaining about needing to be wearing shorts.
Then in that case, we should deny it outright. It makes no sense whatsoever, as it may interfere with her flight. Also, she looks far too funny in shorts.
I can agree with that.
Yes, it's honestly hilarious. Is all well, Oriana?
I got quite shocked by Luca, so I just came to talk to him for a moment.
Yes, indeed. Many more people could have been injured as a result of his actions, I dare say.
Clearly the brains of Team Lumen. At
You
least,
mean he caused some
speaking.
sort of harm to you?
And tactically.
I just tried to step in to whatever was consuming him, and he stopped it.
Allow me to recount the story. He told everybody to step back, activated an electric shield around himself, and then, quite to the surprise of everybody else, dived into a slime. Everybody close put their own self-preservation to the wind in order to try and pull him out of it, thinking that the man was simply stupid. They were right, and as far as I'm concerned, should have left him in there. However, Oriana has once again proven to be a caring, forthright, and brave individual, putting herself so willingly in the harm's way on account of idiots.
Segela was also shocked.
That as well.
Reach over, grab Luke as well.
If you'd like, I can come take a look at you.
We'll find him and have that conversation there.
Yes, sir.
I do say I hope we're not keeping you. You are, of course, free to continue your days at any stage. It appears to be something of a meeting point here, unless there was anything in particular you wished to discuss with us. You both fought admirably.
A further idea, but...
Indeed.
I will let you know another time. I still need to work out how it would work exactly.
Very good. Well, I'm sure we have many hours of brainstorming ahead of us. I'm sorry that we didn't get the chance to see your shield at work. Hopefully there will be more suitable settings in the future. I have been ever so curious ever since I first laid eyes on it. Indeed, perhaps we might be able to lean on some of its designs somewhat in some of these new defenses we're planning. You looked as if you were about to say something.
Yeah. Is it, okay if I, experiment in the Aetherite lab?
Of course. As offered as you wish. It is there for your use, after all. And I dare say most nights that is my haunt nowadays. You shall find me most times after hours within those chambers working on my own work. And now we have a supply of Aetherite, I expect to be doing a far more tinkering, should the arm experiment go well. The team has done a fine work preparing those, incidentally. Indeed, there are a couple of projects which we may let you into, depending on a conversation or two. Now, what of you, Celis?
Okay.
Oh, well, I was just curious about everything that was said today about the Lynette's and creations. There's probably way more down there. I'm sure that's obvious, but how ready do you think we are to actually face them?
Truthfully.
How much longer are we going to keep training till we can actually beat those things?
Truthfully, I don't know. Whatever these things are, it appears they were paths towards the Lynette's greater goals. Much of the writings that we've deciphered have seen that he has been fascinated with creating and controlling new life. The reason for this is not obvious, to say the least. But we have seen two creatures now, both altered in their own way. A rat king, capable of, how shall we say, organizing and controlling large groups of beastmen masses, and even conversing and holding deals on their behalf. Unprecedented. And now, this thing, whatever its true potential is, remains to be seen. I am hoping that we will be able to recover more of their capabilities with the Lynette's notes. Other than that, all we can do is careful experimentation. Let me remind you of something quite clear. Most of you have been training here for less than a year. And whilst there is definitely progress to be made, only recently have all of you been able to act as teams and depend upon each other. Training is going well, but most of you are still yet to learn your first second's circle spell. You are powerful. Indeed, more powerful than an average man would be for your age. However, there are still great leaps of progress that must be made before we can consider you truly competent. All I can encourage you to do is continue in your studies.
Yes?
I didn't want to interrupt.
Who all is with you in your patrol?
I'm with him.
Jackson.
Now, then let me ask you, Jackson. You have no weapon, no shield. What are you going to do?
Looks like
How much,
someone
sir?
needs to go get well equipped. I'll wait here for you.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Zoe.
Well, I encourage the young one's gusto and honesty, to say the least. It's strange. One moment he seems incredibly competent, the next he seems to forget the most basic things. I have yet to get a read on him. Oh well. I'm curious, Solus. Did I answer your question, or is there more that you have yet to know? We have had the chance to speak little, and I would know your mind on such topics.
I guess just... I want to be able to make sure this place is safe for us to actually learn, you know? That's kind of the whole point. We've got a big wide world to go deal with a lot of shit in, so... if we can't even deal with the stuff on our own island, what chance do we stand?
Well,
I just want to know when we'll get to a point that we're good enough to be considered something that can save, well, at least stop the end, right?
I would very much like to know when that point will be as well. Tell me, Solus. If we recovered more of the Lynette's notes, and it was revealed that we could, through experimentation and alteration, make you stronger, would you take that chance?
I don't have people to return to, or a life to go back to, so yes. I'm dedicating my life to saving this world, so by any means necessary, sir.
Are you telling me that you have nothing to lose?
Yes, sir.
Then I dare say that perhaps the first step in the road to making you a more competent fighter is changing that. Any fool can throw their life away.
Captain Jackson, welcome back.
Yes, sir.
Why do you have a second torch?
It was hard to see, sir.
Can
You
you
only
get
need one.
closer?
You put it back.
Just give that to...
I feel I have lingered here long enough.
Jackson, I'll take that.
Thank you, sir.
There's much thinking to do.
One last thing.
Walk with me if you must.
Thank you. That's all.
Solus,
Yes, sir.
why do people fight?
Well, that's a pretty big question, sir. There's a lot of reasons why people fight.
I think there's enough to have something in common. It's one of the great paradoxes of self-defense. In fact, it's there within the very title. The youth learn self-defense to attack others, but that's not the point of it. It is self-defense, not other attack. If people have nothing to defend, nothing to hold on to, they simply flee. They move on. If their pride won't be wounded, if their possessions won't be stolen, if their families won't be hurt.
got a pretty bad headache.
I do.
Yeah, he might.
No, it's happening.
Oh shit. VR chat kicked me out. Fuck. God fucking damn it. Yeah, I know the music didn't repeat. I was happy to let that happen for a while. Where's my music gone? It's over here. Let's go for... Which playlist do we want to use? Yeah, that was a VR chat bug.
Bromwich just like swimming gracefully.
Your badges float.
Thank you, Jackson, for crashing my scene. God fucking damn it. Don't you love it when a dickhead grabs another torch for no reason and completely ruins your scene? Anyway, I just wanted to articulate that. See you later.
Mr. Neller, I need to give you the Aetherite.
Oh, for God's sake. I can't even hear the map music.
I thought somebody said it was like...
Oh, I need to fix this room. Holy shit. I do need to fix this room. God damn. Well, if you were trying to get warm, one of the first things I would have done was put a shirt on, but I suppose the fire works as well.
Well, sir, I just came from the pool gathering, and I left my clothes in my dorm, and
The pool gathering.
Felt more faster.
You're swimming at night. There could be snakes in the water or God knows what else. Not to mention the temperature.
Well, they have a hot tub, they called it. I think we kept it warm.
How?
I didn't ask exactly, but it was warm.
But I dare say, if I get into a pool with a load of childish idiots and it suddenly gets warm, I'd get out of that water rather quickly, wouldn't you?
Oh, no, it was like, it was already warm. It wasn't, there wasn't, I don't think anybody, I imagine no one would do that.
Yes. You're worried that Aqua wet the pool?
Pool work. Nah, I don't, that's not what I said. I didn't say that.
How is your pool kept warm?
We have a furnace underneath it, sir.
A furnace underneath it.
See?
A furnace.
Heated metal plates.
Heated metal plates. On a body of water that large. My word, I think we may have new discoveries in the realm of secrets. Oh, some runes inscribed. Where's the bloody runes, isn't it? You there, Rowan? No. Well, I dare say the fellow seems rather transfixed. Yes. I might suggest that he goes and turns the shadows off. In fact, I'm seconds away from just disabling those entirely. But yes, we'll see.
For as far as I can see, sir, there's a stone area where we can light up fires that will heat up the warm part of the pool.
You are warming a body of water that large every single day. And I have to assume it's every single day, otherwise we'll run out. On special occasions, it must take hours.
It does.
How much fuel are we expending on this?
Mostly all the factors,
Absolute flippancy. I shall suggest that pool be removed at once. How did conversations go?
How about we make it a project instead first, sir?
And waste more resources.
To maybe figure out a more efficient. It is a good thing for student morale, sir.
I understand you've been uncomfortably whispering in people's ears. Is that correct?
Have I been whispering in people's ears?
You've been uncomfortably whispering in people's ears. Is that correct?
Not my meaning, sir. I do know what you're talking about, but that was not my intention.
I just wanted to check that was in fact the case. All good.
That was in fact the case, but that was not supposed to be happening, sir. And it shall not happen again.
Curious.
Everyone's clothes. I'm gonna go grab a shirt. Yeah, you're naked, LeBron.
But I'm glad he finally felt self-conscious about it, honestly. There we go.
I appreciated his confidence.
I'm sure you did. How have you been today, Matesh?
It's been great. I had a really good day. We did the hunt went really well. We got 22 boars total.
22.
I got to hit a bunch of boars. Yeah, 22. That's how many of the great hoary boars. Yeah, for great hoary boars.
22. I say that's a remarkable effort. Well, there we go.
3 of them were apparently alphas or giant, they said.
I see. But now you are the alpha boar, is that correct?
We are, yeah. I'm the alpha boar. I wanted to ride one, but I didn't get to this time. Next time. If I'd seen the big ones, I would have rode it, but I missed it.
What's for the boar?
I believe that the orcs have indulged in boar cavalry from time to time. It might be worth looking into. You could probably fit more armor plating on them, and horses are such fragile
I didn't
creatures.
get a lot of time. I was gonna track the footprints, but we never even made it that far because we just sort of camped around the areas that they went to with food.
If the orcs can manage it, I'm sure we can find a way.
I mean, I think they use more brutal domestication than actual taming.
You look awfully pale in the light of the fire now.
But I do apologize.
You should sit. You've probably been standing all day.
No. There's quite enough to keep me on edge at the moment. We have many
We still need to
adversaries.
have our weapons around with us.
I dare say now, more than ever.
Oh, I see. At this hour.
Why? You do
Okay,
warming up.
We found a large network of caverns containing monsters of, well, previous experiments, I should say, of the Lynette family. We have no way of knowing how far that those caverns are going to go. On top of that, we still have a errant goddess, allegedly, on our border, a person capable of inflicting masses of destruction if she sees fit, as we have seen evidenced, as well as that the most of Essex believes that we are some sort of, at least if the news are to be believed, Kakarian ploy. With very few defenses at work, I think the least we can do is keep a weapon on hand most days, don't you? In fact, I dare say it would be rather prudent.
Should we expect invasion or scouting parties, sir?
Of course.
We should always expect that.
I dare say we may have had people upon our grounds sneaking in and investigating already, particularly after the entire debacle with the practice of the occult making it to the mainland. Whilst I doubt they found ways past the barrier without raising some sort of signal, there is no telling what could have been achieved with scrying.
The barrier.
Yes, as have many spirits. Who knows, Hilkier helped as well, they took their fancy.
Point in the barrier that they're getting through right now.
Well, the barrier does often look for hostile things.
The point is that defense is a mindset, not an activity. It is good to remain armed at all times, particularly given the discoveries that we've made today. The crystals were enormous. I've never seen the like.
Back to the days of carrying weapons out around the academy, then. I'll go get my weapon.
That's fine.
If it is ever bothersome for you, perhaps you should switch it out for something lighter. What are they? 2-3 pounds at most? A sword isn't that much of a bother. I dare say many students carry around more in their backpacks.
I agree.
Still waiting for the day for one of those two to fall out of the tree. They're getting a little too comfortable up there.
Chancellor Malik has been staring at them the entire time.
I mean, we can get them down if needs be.
Would it be safe?
Make that shot.
Not at all.
Never mind. Well, how about we do not shoot them?
I'm not gonna waste mana.
You're quite right. Well then.
Should we resume patrols in the evening then, or no?
I take it that the trees are safe from any invading birds?
I would hope so.
I think they only have to worry about each other.
Yes, but at least if he goes ballistic there, it won't bring a cavern down, but just the two of them out of their stupid perch. Honestly, we should exchange their food for birdseed tomorrow, just to make a point of it.
Is everything okay down there, Cecilia? You're not dying or...
She's been drinking, sir.
I am patrolling.
She's drunk, sir.
Patrolling the
We
things
need to
in the
carry you to
dreams.
bed, Cecilia.
No.
Yes.
I like the one.
Good, because I was only going to ask Tal.
Good, you don't need to carry.
I mean, I guess it's my responsibility now, isn't it? Wait, Rowan hasn't had a turn yet. There he is.
I'm sorry, are you taking turns on Cecilia? I will have you know, I will never hear you say that term or phrase again. In fact, I'm going to be recommending that if you say anything like that, there will be severe disciplinary action. Good fucking lord. How old are you?
I understand that.
How old
Professor.
are
Right.
you?
I'm 19 years old,
It
Professor.
bloody shows, yes.
Where are the Madari? Were they taken
They're
by
chopping
the
good bull meat currently.
I've instructed them to place birdseed around Lumen Dawn.
Is that why
Excuse
Martest
me,
is
what?
like outside our windows in the mornings?
That boy will
Is he
eat
taking
right
the
in
That would
the
explain a
windows
lot,
and
yes.
not the
Martesh was looking in our windows.
He's been waking up in odd places.
Who?
As well.
He's eating the
Murtash.
birdseed.
Why?
Sleepwalking, I suppose.
Interesting.
It's a bit odd.
Yes, I noticed as much.
That's why Zuko couldn't attend today.
Because he was
Murtash woke up
sleepwalked
in his
at?
bed.
And what happened to
No,
Zuko?
Murtash sleepwalked
Because it seems
into
to
his
be
bedroom and slept in his bed,
Cecilia.
and as they both woke up, Murtash kicked Zuko
Because
out
it
of bed
seems to
so
be
hard
the
he
case
went
issue
unconscious for a little
for
bit.
Cecilia. If she wishes to sleep in
Well,
the
so
depths,
I'm told.
then she may do so. It is up to
What?
members of Lumen to keep watch and make sure.
I've
nothing
instructed him be tied to the bed tonight.
So, Martesh's story was that his companion couldn't be present because he kicked him out of the bed.
He thinks it's him.
Do we need to get a lock installed on his door?
Come on, we'll carry her
They have
through the door.
Well, in that case, we may need to change the keys and make sure that someone secures it each night. Or just use the cells.
No, you don't need to carry me. I can walk. I walked over here. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just drunk. I'm not.
You're lying down on the ground next to a burning fire.
It's not
or
too
staining
unusual
your
now
clothes.
you've said it, is it?
Nice here.
If in fact it is a recurring issue, I believe we should have members
Issue.
of Lumen
Excuse me.
keep watch. Make sure nothing bad happens and make sure she doesn't roll into the campfire. If she wishes to sleep in the dirt, then she may do so.
Good evening.
Well, leader of Team Lumen, surely I am more than capable of ordering her to sleep in her bed rather than on the ground.
Do you really have to do that? Do you have to remind them to sleep in beds at night?
A woman can't take a nap in the dark.
Apparently so. Cecilia, you're going to get up and get into your bed when you are ready, or are we going to have to carry you?
I don't think I can bear to watch this.
No, of course I'm going to go. For fuck's sake, tell me.
Good.
No.
I'm too drunk for this.
For a moment, I thought I was leading
Perhaps we should have a word.
Who's that up in the hills?
That is Ram.
So it is. Something keeping you busy up there, Ram?
So, Nella,
Yes?
how are you? Last I went on a mission with you, you needed your spruce put it back in your stem.
I was more conservative this time.
Oh, really?
Yes, I dipped my corporeality when things were getting bad, but truth be told, actual expenditure on this mission was far less. It was not a horde-based enemy. Clumps of 2 or 3 spiders that the students were more than capable of dealing with, and a number of slimes which appeared weak to magic. But I needn't have casted that many spells. Certainly nothing as severe as continually freezing an ever-increasing number of dreadworms.
I suppose.
That and, I dare say, I've been rather enjoying the air. Strange, I know, for someone who doesn't breathe, but with everything that was happening around the campus, the manner present within the air was getting rather stale. That being said, out in the woods, they're practically vibrant with life now. Reappropriating my mana supplies was an easy thing to achieve.
I see.
Do you think we could sneak up on that patrol?
Yes, of course. With We've not really taught them how to patrol yet. That was the crew's job,
But it's tested.
I believe.
Unusual. The thing seems to be sparking something fierce.
What is unusual about it?
It's sparking something fierce. You can see it from a distance. Maybe it's about time we change that core.
Perhaps.
I've thought that it might be worth making revisions to its design for a while now. We'll have to see what we can do. We were just about to see if we could sneak up on any of the patrols. Care to join us?
I actually was walking with Avi and Jackson for a good 30-40 seconds before I broke off to take a look at the device.
Any idea where they're headed?
I believe they... Right, I can watch over there.
Yes, there they are.
So they are. Shall we surprise attack them?
What's your plan?
Swoop in, shoot something near their feet, watch them panic.
Very well.
Let's do that then.
That is the dumbest reason to get a punishment time I've ever. As much, you know what, I've done it too, but go ahead.
Like, as much as they're all like, ooh, you should call me Professor, the Doctor, Chancellor, Mr. Doctor, Neller, pardon me, and I'll do it, but part of me is wondering if,
It's just disrespectful.
Hello?
Something to say.
Oh my god.
Ooh, you should call me Professor, the Doctor, Chancellor, Mr.
It is a little bit. In fact, you were too. In fact, I walked with you for 20th Bridge. You were talking about Sarvira and that it took several weeks for Jackson to know that she was from France.
It's cold. It's really cold. It is.
So was there a question there I was supposed to answer?
Just,
No. Just that you need to be
pay
more
attention a
aware
little more.
on your patrol. Yeah.
Exactly.
Get better
That-
at it
that-
if you want to be any good. Pointless
that's
walking
all?
around the grounds with a torch. That's not what patrolling is.
And certainly, I think it might be a very good lesson in learning that you are very well and truly alone before you start talking shit. Yes? Very good.
It wasn't insulting, I was just experimenting.
I think you enjoyed that too much.
I did. Allow me to enjoy something once in a while.
You know, something has just come back to me.
Yes?
Shik talked something about me. The painting spread rumors. So I don't think I will allow you to enjoy yourself.
The crates existed, Bellicasa. Still, you have other things to do. I wonder if any other patrols are about. Or I'm wondering if it's about time I go to bed. We're over the 4-hour mark now. How's my charge doing? Is everything all right?
Yes, everything is fine. It was fun, at least.
Yes, it was.
I'm getting tired of being talked down to by that one.
Yes, many people don't seem to make up their minds around that one. He seems to say whatever is necessary in order to ingratiate himself to others. And Jackson, I can scarcely get a handle on. One hand, he seems to be daringly lucid, and then the other moment, he does something that defies expectation.
I think a part of him panics a little too easily. And he's also very hard on himself, even when he is doing a good job at things.
I do come from a different culture that has close to no connection with up here. There's just different things that I do differently.
Did you manage to resolve the Cecilia crisis?
Yes. She's been taken to bed. She walked Rowan, made sure that she got there and didn't vomit herself to death in her sleep.
Well,
She should be turned over correctly, right?
Yeah, she's fine.
Good. Good.
Professor Nella.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask,
yes?
were you able to get any more samples of those weird slime creatures that you guys encountered in the sewers, by chance?
No, they faded away as we attacked them with magic.
Okay.
I guess I'll have to work with these then.
Out tonight. It's getting colder.
It wasn't
Hopefully
forthright
next time
on
you
our
guys go down
minds.
there, you guys.
To disarm.
Will you try?
Understandable. Next time you guys go under there, I would love a sample.
We will see if we can arrange it. You may still find someone in the various crevices of Luca, perhaps in his hair or something. Given that he seems to be so engaged in, how shall we say, immersing himself in the enemy. Yes, I know he's there.
How come, sir?
That's a good way to put it.
Trash can like I usually do. With everything.
Is it a bad question to ask what happened? Or is that just another time?
He climbed into
3
slime directly.
3
of his own
times.
volition and tried to shock it from the inside.
Okay, 3 times, that's...
3. Well, climbed in once. Tried to shock it twice. Did so next to an Aetherite crystal that could have collapsed the entire cavern. Once injured multiple of his own party members.
Isn't good slime also not known?
Oh, also, I had this particularly good one I thought that I really liked when he decided that whilst a load of people were struggling to climb their way up a incline away from a extremely deadly beast, he decided to shroud them in pure darkness to run away in the other direction. And they decided to talk back to me when I told him to cut it out and pass the lantern to Oriana. But hey-ho. I mean, if he ended up with a lantern again, I'll have to question him about that. All well and good, though.
Being the eyes, being the light in darkness when people cannot really see is a death sentence if you misuse it.
So it is. Ah, well, it appears that there is much we still have yet to experience. I dare say he may have been showing off.
drive before traumatic.
Expected of anyone when they learn new
warned him
powers.
about that.
We'll fix him, don't worry.
I wouldn't say die, maybe partial paralyzation.
Yes.
But if that happens, we can always use him as a test subject.
You know what? Everybody stare at him. Make him feel uncomfortable.
There we go.
Perhaps
Oh, he's gone all shy, he's hiding, pretending he's not there.
Well, there's gonna be an interesting next set of days, I do say.
Tell, could you pass me a message to, Val next time you see him? I've been very interested in the idea of making a repulsing grenade of some sort, or maybe a mine that can be placed such that it knocks back any who stand beside it. I feel like we may have use for it soon.
We could have use for multiple things. The more resources we have, the better.
This is related to Kakar, right?
No.
We mentioned about, no.
No, I thought we might put one in the tree.
Very well.
Should we maybe also get a portable grenade cushion or something? Something you throw down and it makes a pad, which makes it safer to land on both sides.
Might not be a bad idea for a quick escape, yes. Certainly a point of egress from the castle. Make an entrance where there isn't one before. Yes, there may be note to that. Some sort of gravity destabilization. Yes. Yes, that could be interesting.
We could test it on Bombadil.
Another test on Bombadil. I dare say. Your commitment to science is quite remarkable. You spaced out. Are you all right?
Just a little bit of some thought. I'm gonna use me as an experiment again. And there's so many other people we can be experimenting on.
I suppose that is
But you're a
true.
professor. You should take the bullet for the students, yes? Show some pride.
I've done my parts.
Oh?
Professor Bombadil?
Yes?
I had a question. Is there, I know that there are such a thing as an enlargement potion on people. Is there maybe a possibility to make an enlarged item potion? Maybe just like to sprinkle on something which would enlarge for a certain amount of time?
Thank God, I thought you were going somewhere else. I believe so, but
What could that possibly mean, sir?
I don't know. What about you? It depends. For organic matter, like wood or...
Inorganic matter, sir.
Well, that will be a little bit more
Talking about
tricky now.
stone.
How's it going to drink it?
It's possible,
Maybe
but
turn
it'll
it
take
into
some
a cream. Rub it on the rock.
It is possible. I would like to say in alchemy nothing is impossible, so we can make a little project for you to work on if you are willing to spend some time researching about it.
Still working on my mana gate booster, sir.
Yeah, understandable. I mean, I'm juggling a lot of projects right now. I have to make sure I prioritize the important ones first, so if you're not willing to put some time into it, I can't justify putting time in it as well.
Right.
Are you alright?
I'm perfectly
He's
fine.
crying. Unless it's just getting tired.
Good night, all.
It is getting rather late, yes.
My, the ocean does look black. Well, I dare say this place shall soon be buzzing with fresh life and projects. Perhaps it'll trigger something. I shall ponder on it a while longer. As I rest.